Hey guys, we are gonna go live just for a little bit today. I'm still pretty sick, so hopefully the stream holds up. It did release another video today if you're interested on how the energy shield mechanics actually work. This is actually one of my favorite terrorized zones. I actually logged in and saw it was already at plateau, and I didn't want to do that, but there's only 2 minutes left, so I decided to stick around and see what I'd get here. And is this one, which isn't that bad. This is right outside of Act 2 town. Really, you just teleport around, kill stuff until you find the tomb, then kill stuff and progress downwards. Yeah, 1 second here. There we go, that's better. Lumberin. Still need to fix up my gear a bit on this character. I don't have my facets right yet. Let me deal with that poison. That fire. Oops, I had the wrong title on. Oh well. There we go. I had to fix my title and stuff. I forgot to get that set up before I went live. But looks like we're all set up now, so it shouldn't be an issue. So if I remember correctly, we need one more of these so we can try getting the 4-socket ethereal man catcher going. Should be able to get that by doing these terrorized zones here. Do need a jewel, I think, to craft some amulets later, so we'll pick that up for now. Yeah, I can't find this place. I'm trying to think where the heck it would be at. Sometimes they're like right here at the exit. Or entrance, I guess. It's gonna have to be far right for this one, I think, though. There it is. It's the only downside about this one. Sometimes you can have pretty bad luck actually trying to find where the entrance is. But at least like the outside zones actually terrorize as well. Unlike the Tristram and Stonyfield, that one doesn't make much sense to me. I really don't know why you would have ones that have the outside zone and then ones that don't. I understand like it's quite dense inside of Tristram there, but realistically, that really shouldn't matter too much. The other thing I'd like to see for next patch is fixing up some of these zones. Like, some of them are just garbage, dude. I've seen, like, Ariat Plateau I feel like way more than any other zone. Every time I log on, Aria Plateau, and then I immediately log off. Like, I just have zero interest in doing that zone. Take a ring. I think we're almost full. Might as well identify. Garbage. Garbage. Man, if that would have got cast right, that would have been really nice. It's too bad it didn't. It's garbage as well. Lots of garbage. The mercenary, yeah, there he is. Nephrin. So I was playing around like on the single player editors, testing out some builds. I think I was specifically testing out Necromancer. I think it was a Poison Necro or a Summon Necro, fully geared. And took him into Act 5. Did Shank, dropped a Burr Rune, laughed about it, thinking it was funny that of course a Burr Rune would drop here. Then came out here to test something, and a Vex Rune immediately dropped. I'm like, are you kidding me? 2 high runes, especially the Burr Rune, that close together. It'd be my luck. Of course that's going to drop in single player. Grim Shield. Oh, I'm out of antidotes. That's no good. I know I need more burns to drop or something. I don't really know if I want to fix up my sorceress much more than this latter season, if I'm being honest. Oh no, not poison. Oh boy, we're gonna have to chug a bunch. I don't have any of the things. Antidote potions nowhere to be found. Go buy some now.
Good to see you.
That's actually not garbage. It wouldn't be that bad actually. We're gonna buy 2 rows of these for this because there's nothing here gonna kill me. I should open the map. It's not up there. Alrighty. I don't know. I just feel like this area, plus the stony tombs or whatever, has such nice density. Look at this. Every couple teleports, we're finding a couple packs here to kill. Like this, I guess the downside is when you don't find it, it just takes a while to actually get there. Wait. Like this is I guess the downside. Maybe this is why people don't like this one as much. I mean, just once you find it, like there's 3 rooms on each level, and then that's it. Like sometimes I guess like here we didn't really get very much, but there are times like you teleport over that wall just like from the entrance, and there's like a bunch of mobs here to kill. Like this one's pretty tame. Outside was pretty bad too when it comes to the density. Maybe I've just been getting lucky. But I don't know. I still like this as one of my favorite terrorized zones. I think the I know I say this every time, but the Talrash's tomb's my favorite. It's dense. There's so many different tombs you go into. You don't have to keep like going and making a new game constantly for it. You can just go. Plus, you also, you know, you get an act boss kill if you can kill Duriel, which you should be able to if you're doing terrorized zones. It's not that hard. I think he's easier in hell than he is like inside of normal. I always struggle with him the most, like when it comes to act bosses in normal, compared to like the other act bosses. Like Indaro is usually pretty easy. Ball can be annoying, but he's not very hard. Diablo's usually a joke. Mephisto's usually pretty easy, but man, Duriel in Act 2, depending on your build, like sometimes that's a rough boss. Like I remember when I think it was the Diablo 2 Resurrected actually came out. There was a lot of people complaining about it, and there was bugs. Like there was stuff that happening that shouldn't be happening. Like when you would try to like load in, if you had like a slower PC, like Duriel could run up to you while you're still loading, like you haven't even loaded in yet, and kill you before you can even move. And I think that was a problem on consoles as well. Like I think they weren't loading in fast enough. I know I've seen a couple hardcore deaths from the Bloody Foothills, the Shenka waypoint there in Act 5. People with slower PCs and stuff like that getting stuck trying to load in and losing their hardcore character. I've had a couple incidents like that. I don't know what it was. I always blame my internet because the PC pretty beastly. Usually don't have problems with it, but there's a couple times like I'll load and it just hangs there. And I could hear myself just getting beat down by monsters. Luckily, my mercenary was strong enough and I think killed them all. Because I don't think I actually died from it. Which really wouldn't be bad because I don't play hardcore, but when you're trying to get higher levels and stuff, it sucks when you die. Like that death I had a couple days ago with the fire enchanted. I didn't know that it also did fire and physical damage, which was a pain in the butt since I had amp on me. So now I know that that is super dangerous when you have amp on you. Because it's called Fire Enchanted, so I just assumed that it would be, you know, fire damage. It was not. It's a 50-50 split. It's actually a Corpse Explosion cast, which has a 60 or 66% chance of critting. And it literally one-shot me, which was awful. Gall Rune. We take a Gall Rune. I ain't gonna complain about a Gall Rune. Who complains about a Gall Rune? Worst case scenario, you transmute with a Ruby. When you get another one, and you get a Vex. Ain't nothing wrong with getting a Vex. Oh, I gotta identify this stuff real quick before I go back in there.
Stay a while and listen.
No attack speed, garbage. Garbage in general. Probably should put the Gall Rune in before. I still have the in there. Gotta get rid of those. Hey, I mean, I found a Gall Rune already. It's been, what, 14 minutes of farming this? That's a mercenary out. Not that bad. We got a Vex the other day from... What was he? It wasn't here, was it? I don't remember where the Vex dropped. Pretty sure it was a different zone. Was it in Talrash's? Is that where we got the Vex at? I really don't remember. It wasn't even that long ago. It was like, what, a week? I think I've only been sick for like a week. Man catcher, but is it ethereal? Doesn't look ethereal. It's not. Too bad because it did have the 4 sockets on it. Speaking of which, we still haven't found that Flawless Anthemis I need. Flawless Skull. Man. Get up here. See, like this one. Look at how much stuff is in here. Like this tomb compared to like that other one I was talking about. Look, here's another pack. Like, some of these just get loaded. I guess maybe some of them just don't. I guess this side. Oh, this side has... I don't think any specials, but it was kind of packed with stuff. Oops, overshot that teleport by a little bit. You know, I know some of you guys don't watch the live streams. It looks like some of you go back and watch the pre-recorded stuff. So, if you're watching it pre-recorded and you have questions, you can always comment on the video. But even better than that, you can watch the live stream and I'll answer all your questions. And then you don't have to wait for me to see your response, which could be hours or even days later. Just answer it right now. Pretty sweet deal, if you ask me.
How may I help you?
Been getting a lot more questions from the community than I really expected. And they've been good questions too. A lot of them give me a little bit thought of like how I'm structuring the videos. But the questions I'm getting, I'm not being clear enough on specific points. So definitely something I have to clean up with the future videos and try to get some of these questions answered in the video themselves, compared to the comments people get confused. Also, the one guy had a really nice comment about Tau Rosh's set. Using the weapon for, I think it's minus 15 lightning res off the weapon if you have the set, which isn't terrible, but Crescent Moon I think is still going to be better just because you need a facet for the other one. And facets are usually decently expensive. At least for a good one. Got a Gall rune so far. Get a couple burr runes, maybe a jaw. I haven't found a jaw rune in a long time, actually. Same as Sir. Sir jaw, haven't found in a long time. Ohm, I think it's been a ladder at least since I found an Ohm. Low runes. I found a low rune this ladder, so I can't say that one. Found a Vex this ladder. What else? Found 2 burrs this ladder. No jaws though. So jaws probably the high rune I found the least amount recently on. Found a Cham this ladder. Zod this ladder. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Vex, low. So you go Vex, low, jaw, Sir, burr, Cham, Zod, I think? Is that how it goes? Still feel like I'm missing one. There we go, there's a lot this one. Oh, I love energy shield builds. Oops. I just like not having to use potions all the time. Like, that's the best part of it for me. No potions, just get to do my own thing. Like, that was what was annoying, because I was playing Javazon for a long time, this ladder, and got to like 93, I think. But man, having to use potions once I got Infinity sucked. Man, more garbage. I had decent luck this ladder, though. Found a couple Shakos, a couple Travs. I had insane luck early ladder. First day ladder, I had an Oculus, like off my 10th meth kill or something like that. That really helped. Second day, I think I found Scalders, like in the morning, like after I woke up. Pretty much geared up 2 sorceresses, my buddy and mine. About like day 3 or 4. Definitely got carried by RNG on this one, this ladder at least. It's been a pretty successful ladder. I mean, we had the 2 burrs, Cham, Zod, Low. Found a Griffins, found a perfect Nightwing. Found some other like stuff like Trav, Shakos, Akis. Found all that stuff. No Maras. Found a Haas. He's low Haas though. Was it low? I don't think it was low. I think it was just I think it was a middle one. Not really worth much. I think by the time I found that was only worth like an Istrin or something. Like, it wasn't early enough to really matter. Lightsaber. I'm playing sloppy. I'm getting poisoned way more than I normally do. I'm noticing. I blame being sick. By the way, you can telekinesis wells, which are really nice. A lot of sorceresses don't use telekinesis enough. Honestly, I've been just too lazy to use telekinesis, but once you get in the habit, it's just so nice. The mage plate might be 3-socketed, but I don't have room for it. That is the one thing that I missed about like Project D2. They had that really nice part of like you'd have like double inventory space, but you could only put charms in the bottom row for them to work. So you could still have, you know, your complete decked out character with all of your charms and stuff, but still be able to pick up stuff, which was really nice. I know that'll never probably happen here, but man, I like being able to play like a fully kitted out character with like the full inventory of charms and all that stuff too, and not have to worry about like what I have to do with my cube to pick stuff up, like opening up my inventory, opening up my cube, picking stuff up, dropping it in. Also, that must be a Sunder, because I'm pretty sure I have my Geeds equipped currently. Nice if I can get a perfect cold one. I think that, what am I wearing? 72, 71. 71's the lowest I found by myself, unfortunately. I just really don't feel like paying that premium to get that one extra lightning, or one extra cold res. I'm actually really surprised like how easy the Sunder charms were to come by this ladder. I was really expecting them to be ridiculously expensive and hard to come by, especially for how strong they are, especially the cold ones. Like the cold ones just enable so many builds. And honestly, with the, well, I guess I did get the Griffins drop early on, but my my sorceress wasn't very, not sorceress, Javazon wasn't very hard to get going with a Sunder charm. Really, a Sunder and a Griffin's, it's pretty much all you need, I feel like, for them to really take off. And that's like outside of cows too. Like, I'm not talking about like, oh, I made a Javazon, I just went and spammed cows for like 10 hours or 40 hours or whatever. I mean, the clears seem pretty fine even in Chaos Sanctuary. Cleared faster than this build at least. Just to be expected. Especially once you get Enigma on the Javazon, they clear pretty darn quick. I missed mine. I kind of want to rebuild it, but at the same time, I just kind of want to focus on the one character. I was hoping for a repeat gold drop. That would have been nice. Then I could just sell a Vex rune instead of trying to sell a Gaul. But I don't know. We got a Vex last stream, so guess we can't be complaining too much. Especially since this build's really... I know, like, Magic Find doesn't affect your rune drops, but, like, this build's not running very much Magic Find. I'm still finding a decent amount of stuff. No Flawless Anthemis, though, that I've been looking for this whole time that we've been doing this. But we'll get there. It's probably going to be a waste of a perfect gem anyways. I have had terrible luck trying to 4-socket stuff with that recipe. This ladder of I've not broken, but I've messed up 4 ethereal threshers trying to do it. I went 5-socket instead. Which is frustrating. It's like the first ladder I've actually had to go and buy in Insight. Well, with a good base at least. That's an okay base. I don't really know if I like it. I'm a stickler. I like my threshers. This one, the one I got, wasn't a great poleaxe, but had perfect meditation already on it. It's good enough for me. I really should test to see how the mana regen is with a lower aura. I'm wondering if, like, the ability for me to spam as much as I do is because I have that 17, or if realistically I could get away with a 14. It's a 13 or 14 that's the lowest. I don't remember anymore. I'd have to look it up. Whatever the lowest roll Insight could be. I'd be curious to see if I can still spam as much. Because then if I don't have to spam as much, I don't have to re-roll for a 17. Because currently with the 17, I can't actually run out of mana unless I get hit hard enough. Which does happen. I mean, I got one shot a week or 2 ago, which was surprising. Why is this? There we go. Helps if my hands are on the right keys. So if you get a skill shrine like that and you don't already have a maxed out energy shield, immediately cast energy shield on yourself. It'll snapshot and keep the higher level. Well, since I'm not cursed yet. So like it'll be an 88 right now because of this. Even if I get cursed and lose that shrine. So as long as I have the same on-out recast, it'll be higher than normal. So always rebuff immediately once you get one of these skill shrines on you. It'll really help. Because I mean the duration on them is pretty insane. 912 seconds. And we'll be done with this run way before like it even thinks about running out. Nice. I'm surprised we got a Gaul rune out of that chest. I usually don't find much out of these chests. I know a lot of people are always talking about them and how great, like, oh, open the chest. But man, I feel like I open a decent amount of them and I don't really get anything from them, which is frustrating. I guess realistically this would be another place that's nice down here because you have all those. And then, like, if you're into opening them, there's also a room in there that has, like, what is it, rows of 3 or 4, and there's like 3 rows of them, of the catacombs. I don't know if those ones specifically have higher drop rates for runes, but I'm fairly confident the ones in like the what is it, the Forgotten Tower for Countess, I believe like those clickable catacombs have a higher drop rate for runes. I gotta go confirm that. That could just be an old wise tale, but I feel like that's true. Speaking of old wise tales, it still cracks me up that how the cows actually came to be a thing in Diablo 2. For those of you that weren't aware, it used to be a thing in Diablo 1. on the outside of the towns, there would be a cow that you couldn't get to and you couldn't interact with. Sorry about that. And there's the cows that you couldn't interact with or do anything with. But there was a rumor that if you did X, Y, Z, you know, something would happen. You could do this. This would happen. You know, your magic find increases and all these other different rumors. And it got so profound that the community kept saying these things that Blizzard back in the day actually stepped in saying, no, it's just there for scenery. Like, it doesn't actually do anything. Well, turns out once Diablo 2 came out, they actually decided to be witty and they made the cow level, and the saying was always, there is no cow level. It's actually a cheat code in the original StarCraft, or maybe it came out in Brood War. I'm not quite sure which one it came out in, but it's been a running joke. So if you see any more like the there is no cow level, it's in a reference to that, which I always thought was kind of funny. Give me 1 second here. I gotta change the battery in my headset. I should have did that before stream, but I'm not the brightest tool in the shed. What can I say? Still don't even actually have sound. Why do I not have sound now? Oh, whatever. Hopefully you guys have sound. Mine will eventually kick on and work again, maybe. There it goes. So, yeah, that's the story behind the cow level and why there's a cow level now. I always thought it was kind of interesting. I kind of like that, you know, it was a rumor that once existed that Blizzard kind of took on and made a running joke with. And then, if you're familiar with Diablo 3, the pony level is another one that's kind of split off of there. Because, well, there was the running joke, and I don't even know if I want to call it a joke because I kind of agree with it, that Diablo 3 isn't dark enough. It should be a darker game, in my opinion, for the Diablo series, but that's all preference. I mean, it is what it is. But there was a joke with it about how, you know, it's too light. And Diablo's supposed to be a dark game and all of that stuff there. Well, developers took it and ran with it and made the pony level, which was super bright, full of rainbows and ponies and smiley clouds. Which, I don't know, I kind of found humorous, honestly. But pissed a lot of people off back in the day. Amount of rage on Diablo 3 at launch was just great. I feel like that game could have done a lot better if they would have, I don't know, understood part of the things that made Diablo such a great game. I feel like later on in the lifespan of Diablo 3, they kind of came back and figured out, you know, what's making it so good, but I think the damage was done by that point, and I think they had already moved on to making Diablo 4, which I haven't really looked into too much, but from what I've seen, it looks like they're trying to get back to a little bit more of the roots of Diablo 2 style here, which is obviously what I would prefer. But we'll see. I haven't looked into like I know there was leaks and a lot of discussions and stuff on that, but I didn't look into those very much. I'd rather just play it, form my own opinion, and then I don't know. Probably hate it and go back to playing Path of Exile and Diablo 2, like always, but we'll see. Maybe Blizzard will surprise me this time. I'm just excited that they're bringing the Druid back, and I'm even more excited that they are introducing shape-shifting into Path of Exile 2. I've always been a huge fan of the shape-shifting Druid and stuff in Diablo 2, but just kind of disliked that they can't teleport, which really just slows them down. And then there's no splash damage, so their AoE clear is kind of bad, kind of clunky. Although with the Diablo 2 Resurrected, I actually made a Fury Druid on... it last ladder? This is the second ladder, right? Yeah, so last ladder, I think it was. I made one for my primary character. Had a grief and didn't have fortitude, but I borrowed my buddy's fortitude just to see how it would work, because I wasn't using editors at that point for single player to test things out. And I was pleasantly surprised with how well it performed. It felt great on a controller. Like, I really didn't expect the game to feel that good on a controller. Because I can't stand controllers. I'm strictly a PC player. But Diablo 2 Resurrected on controller actually feels pretty great. Although I don't like the posting system. But I think that's just because I'm bad at controller. I don't think that's actually an issue. I think that's a me problem. But yeah, I don't know. Controller support's great. Inventory kind of sucks, but I don't really know a way of getting around that with the controller. That might just be a me issue too. But anyways, since we're not, we'll just end those rants and circle back to why I assume people would be watching is wanting to see how this build performs or ask questions. So if you have questions, now's a great time to ask because I can answer them in real time here. Well, almost real time. I think the stream's a little delayed because of my terrible internet. But you'll get a response a heck of a lot quicker than if it was a comment on my videos. Although I do try to answer all comments and questions on my videos, but sometimes it is difficult. Well, they haven't figured out yet, and I'm sure there's a way. This can't be like, I'm sure there has to be a way. I don't get notifications for replies when I'm in like the YouTube editor, like analytics area. I only get like actual comments. So like when people reply, I don't get a notification that they replied to my reply of them. So it takes me longer to get back to those because I have to actually go into YouTube, and then like the little notification icon lights up and will tell me that, oh hey, somebody replied to you. Which is frustrating. I'd really like to see that in the comments section because I feel bad when people ask a question and then I answer it or try to answer it, and then they ask a follow-up and I don't see it for a day or two. Because usually they're asking for some clarification on what I said or something. I know that could be frustrating having to wait for an answer. Especially if it's something important, asking, you know, can I do this? Does this work? So people have some creative ideas. There was somebody who was using an Nova Sorc, so I want to go back to his comment. He told me his build. I want to mock it up and see. It was interesting, to say the least, but I don't think it's something I would build. It's not the first time I've heard of using an Enigma on a sorceress, though. It just seems counterproductive to me. Also, I feel like telekinesis doesn't always work on those sarcophaguses. But I could just be wrong. Full inventory. I see Reddit has picked up on, you should be picking up and identifying rare boots now. I see a lot on the subreddit there, people asking what these boots are worth, which is good. 86 garbage. Because rare boots can be absolutely insane, best in slot, if they roll well. Also, fire res seems to be the big thing you want on there. I'm assuming that's due to spirits not having the actual fire resistance on them. But it's insane too, because like your tri-res boots can also get, on top of the tri-res, they get faster hit recovery, faster run walk. There's gold find, magic find variants. And I think they can even get up to 25 magic finds. Either 20 or 25 magic find I think they can get up to on tri-res boots. Which honestly is pretty insane. I would drop travs for those in a heartbeat. Especially if I was playing a vitality build. Now that I'm mostly playing energy shield builds, I don't really care about my resistances near as much. Well, as much as I probably should. Especially because I'm not playing hardcore. If I played hardcore, I bet I'd care a little bit more. If I was playing hardcore, I probably would have the Viper Magi with an Umrune in there, or a Chains of Honor. instead of this pure damage build that I've been rocking. But that's why I don't play hardcore. Well, the real reason I don't play hardcore is my internet's garbage and dies all the time. And I get salty if I die to a disconnect. Especially, I mean, I put a lot of time in the Diablo. It's frustrating, man, when you lose your character. And the only thing you really could have done is moved away from your home to an area that actually has a solid internet connection. Or play offline, I guess, but I don't know. I like being able to trade. I like the ladder. I like competing in the ladders. I'm never top or anywhere near the top, but it's fun to see like what your personal bests are, you know what I mean? Like, oh, well, you know, a week into ladder, I was top 10,000, or this time I made the top 8,000. I did better. You know, maybe you did better. Maybe the population was less. Maybe less people rolled sorcerers. Who knows? But I don't know. I personally enjoy it. I know that's not something that everybody enjoys, but it's fun for me. That's why I'm always a huge fan of the action RPG ladder season resets or whatever. Spend a lot of my time cycling through the different various ones there, trying to figure out and get a build, get everything set up, and then usually once I get everything set up, I quit and move to the next one. Which is unfortunately something that might be happening coming up soon here with what date is what is Black Friday? November something or other, 26th or something. I don't know. Black Friday, anyways, I believe is the Project D2 ladder reset, which I'll probably end up playing. And I think the Path of Exile one is expected to be shortly after that or something like that as well. So it'll be interesting because I know Path of Exile didn't have the best league. I didn't really have any problems with it. It wasn't super engaging. There seemed to be a lot of walking. But also, more importantly, the Path of Exile this time is supposed to launch with Ruthless mode, which it looks so fun. So I'm really excited to try that. I'm kind of sad it's supposed to drop out at the same time as the oh my god, what is it called? It's not ladder for Path of Exile. Season's not the right word. I don't know, whatever their ladder season is. I can't think of the word. Ooh, Shaco. Impossible. Late plated boots. We'll drop this for now in case my internet drops. 138. That's pretty high up. It's what, 3 off perfect, I think? We'll take that. Now we play the fun game of what can I drop in my inventory. Oh, I don't have to. I have a spot right here. Heck yeah. Put that in there for now. Sell that later. Garbage. Garbage. And I dropped. Yeah, this guy. I need that back. I still can't believe we haven't found one. I just need one more so I can either break that ethereal man catcher or get an infinity base. I cannot find one. Terror zone's better. Are terror zones better for magic farming than chaos area? Specifically for magic find and chaos area, I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look to see the charts, but I'm pretty sure, and I'd have to double check it to confirm, but I'm pretty sure Chaos Sanctuary is high enough to drop pretty much any item. I believe Diablo can, at least. I personally prefer these because I have done Chaos Sanctuary and ball runs for on and off for 20 years. So being able to come into like some of these other areas, like Stony Tombs, forget about it. I never came into Stony Tombs before these. Like maybe like once to see what was in here, and I'm like, oh yeah, that sucks. Why would I want to do that? But the big reason that I prefer these is it doesn't matter which one I'm in. I'm getting the highest level possible now. So these monsters, I'll show you once I get in there, because I'm high enough level. They're coming in with a level 96. So the monsters inside of here can drop any item in the game now, realistically. I mean, down in the sewers here, I found griffins early ladder, which was huge. Kind of sucked that I immediately bought a griffins, and then like an hour later I found one and then had to go sell it back, and I think I lost an Ohm rune on the deal, maybe a Sur rune, I don't remember. I lost a decent amount on that, which kind of sucked, but It's the price you pay when you're paying for, you know, high value items on day 2 and day 3 of the ladder. Price drops happen and they happen quick. So if you're buying like bigger items like early ladder, you're going to want to make sure that you're playing enough to actually fully pull that off. If you're not, like higher value stuff might be better off selling it. Like look at Shaco's. What are Shaco's going for right now? Isturn maybe? I haven't actually looked. I haven't been trading. I've just been hoarding everything. Do I use the Forbidden Sight? Yes. Yes, I use the Forbidden Sight. It's a very unpopular topic amongst the community, I've realized anymore. Which I don't really remember being at such a heated discussion back in the day. I actually started it, using it again. Finally got one of these. Thank God. I finally actually started using it again this ladder. Mostly because the other alternatives for trading sucked. I just don't enjoy using like the Discord. Yeah, I like it too, but the big thing for me on the Forbidden Sight is it is technically, in my opinion, cheating. Because if the forum gold does not wipe in between ladders. So your wealth from the previous ladders are coming into the new ladder, which defeats the purpose in my opinion. So I don't like it for that reason. But I like that it's way more functional for actually trading. I have no problem finding items. I have no problem selling items on there. It happens quick. I think a lot of people have been using, was it Tradery.io or Tradery something? I don't remember the exact domain name. I looked at it. It looked okay. I don't think there's like, I think you trade with in-game items. I don't think there's like an external currency or anything for it. So that one looked okay, but I don't know. Ooh, another one. The other thing I don't like about JSP is that you have to go ahead and, or you don't have to, but you can buy forum gold with real money. It moves a lot into real money trading at that point, which is another con of it. So like like the Forbidden Sight has like positives and negatives that I like and dislike at the same time. Yeah, there is a build. It's on my channel. It's the Frost Nova, Diablo 2 Resurrected Frost Nova 2.5 guide, I think is the exact one on it. The stream's a little bit delayed, so it takes me a little bit longer to get back to your question before I actually see it and stuff. But that doesn't make sense. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. The stream is slightly delayed, though. My internet's not very good. So me explaining something might not match up what you're seeing with the screen. But do you have any questions on the build? Like, hopefully they're answered in the build guide itself, but I enjoy answering questions and trying to help people figure things out. So if you do have questions, feel free to ask. I don't mind. I think it's a lot more entertaining than listening to me ramble about random Diablo 2 lore or me being sick or whatever else I ramble on about. Could be wrong. Maybe people like the ramblings. I don't know. After this, I need to go roll that ethereal man catcher and hope I get the 4-socketed. Blizzard gear? Yeah, it will. Blizzard gear 100% will work into this. Give me like 2 seconds if you got time to hang out. I got one more room to clear. And I can show you the gear here real quick. That's actually the nice thing about this build, is if you don't like it, you can transition into Blizzard very easily. Oh my, so slow. Do I have anything in here I want to do? Oh, identify that real quick. Garbage. Alright, so gear, I mean, it's standard standard for what Blizzard is. Death's Fathom with a facet. Nightwing. I don't have a facet in it because I'm out of a socket quest and I'm too lazy to get one at the moment. This build's not for player 8. It can play player 8, but you shouldn't try to carry a player 8 game with it. I carry player 3s. I play with my buddy and my dad, and I can carry player 3 Chaos Sanctuaries with it. I think it's like 3 or 4 minute clears on player 3. This is more of definitely a lower player count one. But anyways, we use the Talrosh's amulet here. You can use a rare amulet, but I mean, other than that, you have your Orimus, Arachnids, Trangs for the cast rate and resistances, your Soges, War Travs, and your Spirit. I mean, literally everything here you could literally take to a Blizzard build, and it would work fine. The reason, though, I am using the Talrosh's amulet is because I do swap over to the Tal's armor and the Tal's belt when I want to get some more magic find. You can just swap those pieces over. You'll still hit your breakpoints because the Talrosh's set will give you faster cast rate with the 3 bonus. So you just gotta be careful that you're hitting that. But as long as you have the belt, the armor, and the amulet, you'll hit it. But I mean, yeah, Blizzard gear, you could put this on a Blizzard Sorc and, you know, just slap. Be fun. I don't remember if I actually recommended it in the guide or not, but the back out plan is like, let's say you do spec into this, you buy all the gear and you just absolutely hate it. You can just respec into Blizzard. Same gear is going to work perfectly fine. I mean, maybe you trade your Orimus because this is a Frost Nova Orimus, but realistically, short term, you could use this. Like I was using I think it was Static Field is the one I was using for the longest time on this build, because I really didn't want to invest in the Frost Nova. Yeah, glad I could help. But yeah, I didn't want to invest in the Frost Nova one because it was expensive, so I just used the Static for the longest time.
Not here.
Didn't really matter. But realistically too, it's nice if you like the actual Blizzard playstyle. Once you start doing like a little bit higher player counts, like I don't really do it for here. But realistically, you should be dropping Blizzards on yourself. Bigger targets you'll hit with the orb. Oh, Sacred Armor, that's nice. Brow Rune. Because if you look over here at your cold spells, if you look at what I actually maxed, the synergies of Frost Nova is actually a Blizzard and Frozen Orb. So like while you're sitting here spamming, you drop a Blizzard on yourself. I mean, Blizzard's hitting hard, 3.3k. I mean, it doesn't have the synergies maxed, but it's a cold spell, so it's getting all your cold mastery and the minus cold resistances. I mean, you're spamming on top of it anyways, so one Blizzard is going to do more than a Frost Nova, as long as they're staying in the area. So realistically, it plays kind of similar. The other big thing you can do is Glacial Spike, some of the bigger stuff, especially if you're not as geared. Like the ball minions, the minions of destruction or whatever. Glacial Spike, freeze them in place, and then you can just telestomp in and spam. Only one who hit you is Lister himself, as long as you're reapplying the Glacial Spike. So, realistically, I moved into this build though because I've played Blizzard for so long. I was hoping for Geeds, but yeah, I actually prefer this build over a Blizzard build for me, but I also play a lot different. The reason you use a Glacial Spike over an Ice Blast will freeze the target too, but a Glacial Spike will freeze the target and then the nearby enemies. So like, let's say there was like a big pack over here, you teleport into it after you Glacial Spike, all of these guys around me here should now be frozen. If I would have hit it with an Ice Blast, only one of them would have been frozen. So like, if you're trying to do single target, you want to do Ice Blast. Ice Blast will have higher single target damage. But if you're trying to get like a group of the monsters there, Glacial Spike's going to be better. But that's only because for this build at least, you're trying to just freeze them. That way you can telestomp in there and not have to take a bunch of damage. Is this ethereal? That doesn't look ethereal. So really, I mean, that doesn't really matter too much until you start getting into like higher player counts or you're under geared. This build probably requires more gear. Actually, I know it requires more gear than a Blizzard build. Blizzard, I mean, I generally do the whole campaign with Blizzard. The only time I struggle is on Ancients with cold immunes can be a pain, which is usually why I'll go with like a pickup group or have my buddies or something help me with that. But I mean, that's only on ladder start. Like after that, you start getting into terrorized zones. You get, you know, just one cold thunder to drop. You're instantly a god. You can do all content in the game other than Ubers at that point. I do need to do that man catcher, but I'm gonna try to get another run in before this switches. But like, yeah, Blizzard's very, very strong, especially for League start. I personally think it's kind of overpowered, especially with the Thunder Charms, but overpowered builds have always been a thing in Diablo. I mean, look at Hammerdins. They were king of everything for how long now? 1 point smite machines as well. Mithril coils, not bad. Put them enjoying the stream. Yeah, so Energy Shield, I actually just put the video up today. I'm hoping that video comes out well. I am sick, so I do sound a little bit different, more stuffy. But I've been getting a lot of questions on the Energy Shield. I've been seeing a lot of people discussing it improperly. So Energy Shield is mainly what I play anymore when I'm making a Sorceress build. I prefer it over a Vitality build. A Vitality build is going to do more damage than an Energy Shield build, just because for an Energy Shield build, you're going to actually have to max Telekinesis for sure. Telekinesis has to be maxed. If you're leaning hard into Energy Shield, it has to be maxed, because Telekinesis requires 12 hard points, such as like actual skill points, for the synergies to actually take off. Because Energy Shield itself has a 2-to-1 ratio if you have 1 point into Telekinesis. So if you take 100, let's say you're taking like 100 damage into your mana, right? And you have only 1 point in Telekinesis. Instead of losing 75 mana like I do, you'll be losing 200 mana, which is a lot, especially if you're getting hit a lot. So you max the Telekinesis first, in my opinion. That definitely helps with your mana sustain. Then after that, you can start working on your Energy Shield maxing. Like this build, I don't even have it maxed right now. I haven't been having survivability issues, so I've been leaning off of going any higher than 85% on Energy Shield here. But realistically, you can push Energy Shield to 95%. That's the cap. That's the highest you can get. It will not go over that. Doesn't matter if you even put more skill points in, you cannot get over 95. But for this particular build, I found 85 to kind of be the sweet point. I don't really have an interest in pushing it over anymore. The only time I've died anytime recently is to the Fire Enchanted Corpse Explosion death. What if I have... It has to be hard points, so the plus skills will not work. So Telekinesis is always a max, whereas Energy Shield, your plus skills will count for that, so you don't necessarily need to have them as many in there. But Telekinesis you have to max if you're leaning hard into Energy Shield. If you're a Vitality build that wants a little bit more, you don't have to lean as hard in there. I think for Blizzard, I was actually using Energy Shield but not leaning hard into it. It was kind of a split. It was okay. I think for Blizzard, I still would primarily do Vitality just because you have so much stuff to max. But anyways, the big part of Energy Shield that people always forget and misunderstand, and it's the big benefit too. If you notice and look at my resistances, they're garbage, right? 5, 68's pretty good. I mean, yeah, I like that. I'll take that one. Negative 25 and 1. My resistances are garbage. But if you've noticed, I've been standing in everything. Like, I'm not scared of anything. This can be Frost Enchanted, and I'll stand in it and face tank it. That's because Energy Shield doesn't actually care what your resistances are. For all intensive purposes, except for maybe like if you're trying to get exact calculations. Impossible. It really doesn't matter what your resistances are. It'll count with Energy Shield on there that you have a resistance of 0. Even if like my negative 25, all damage going to my Energy Shield is being counted as if this was 0. Where your resistances matter is I'm only taking 85% of the damage I take to my mana. I'm still taking that 15% damage to my health. That does care about resistances, so that's why you definitely don't want like a negative 100 cold res, because if you kill like 3 cold enchanted all on top of you with a negative 100 cold, you're still taking 15% of whatever that damage is, but then you're multiplying it, so you're essentially taking what, like 30% damage. Like, it'll kill you if you're not careful. So the rule of thumb, at least for my builds and my general playstyle that I've been doing here, is, oh god, that rolled terrible, is to make sure that you are trying to get as close as possible to the 0 resistances, just so you're not getting one tapped like that from the cold enchanted. That's also why this isn't even worth clearing. It's not terrorized anymore. That's also why I'm using these Trine Gloves instead of what a lot of other people do, is the Mage Fist is kind of the standard. That's mostly because it still gives me my breakpoint. Yeah, I'm losing 1 point in warmth, but my mana regen's already fine. But that 30 cold res is clutch, because without that, I'd be down to negative 55. So the big thing with like the energy shield stuff is just making sure you have enough life to not die. Which I know is counterintuitive. That's the point for every single build, but... What is it? Rao rune here? Does anybody remember this? Does this work? Is it Rao Am maybe? I don't want to have to look it up. One socket. Dang it. Alright, that ring was garbage. Drop something else. I need this. I want that jewel back. Alrighty. So hopefully that makes sense. I feel like I do a better job in the actual video explaining it. Mostly because I'm also not trying to kill stuff while I'm explaining it. I'm sitting in town explaining it. But yeah, so that's energy shield. The other nice thing about energy shield is I'll take this just so it immediately gets stripped off me. It's gone already. The other nice thing about energy shield too is because you're dumping so many points in energy shield, you're getting that nice mana regen, which is really nice because Frost Nova is expensive. It's 53 mana cast. So like if I wasn't energy shield, it'd be hard to keep that up. I'd have to probably use silk weaves and some other stuff to really make sure that I'm getting the all my mana back on kill so I can actually keep spamming. But on top of that, because I'm energy shield and I keep my life so low, like I don't know if you've been paying attention to my potions, I barely use my rejuves unless I'm poisoned. That's the other thing. Poison will go through energy shield, so poison resistance is always useful. The potions I use the most are going to be the antidote potions, just because I don't want to have to keep dealing with being poisoned. But because my life is so low, I actually use a mercenary that's an Act 2 mercenary that's using prayer. And what that does is it keeps my life topped up. I'm actually not really using juves or anything outside of emergencies. My life and mana are just regenning on their own, which is really nice. Because if I'm being honest, I'm never just playing Diablo 2. Like I don't know if I have ADHD. I don't know if it's normal. I don't know. I don't play just like a game. I can't just sit there and play one. So like usually I'll have maybe like I have another streamer on. Maybe I'm streaming. Lately it's been a lot of the show Pawn Stars from what was it, History Channel. There's always something going on in the background. So like I'm not always fully committed to focused on like what I'm doing here. So with the energy shield builds and the prayer mercs, it's really nice because my life and my energy shield are always topped off. Also, what's nice with the build is I'm not going to static. Normally you would static this, but if you look at his health, he gets chunked. Like single target, pretty good from orb. It works well. But again, like I said earlier, and just for the people that weren't in chat, this build, I don't know, maybe it can carry in a player 8, but at the same time, you shouldn't, if your intention is to carry a player 8, you shouldn't play this build, like if that's what you want to do. I play this build because it's fun, and usually I'm ending up either soloing, or I'm playing with like a buddy or two and my dad or something, like in a low player count game. So, builds like this, they work really well for me. Especially like sit solo here. You know, I'm talking with you guys, answering questions. I still feel like the clear speed's pretty darn good. There's builds that are clear faster for sure. Like on the channel, there's the Nova, not the Frost Nova, but the actual Nova guide. And there's footage on there of what a player 8 game looks like, and it's cruising. And even then, I don't think that'd probably be the best to carry a party 8. I don't think for carrying like a party 8 or game, I feel like Javazon is like the best. I don't think you're gonna get anything faster personally. I'm talking like a geared one with Phoenix, Enigma, your or maybe not Ethereal Titans. I feel like that might eventually slow you down unless you have 2 you can swap with. But your Griffins, you know, all of your skill charms, stuff like that. They clear really fast. I know mine did at least. I was actually kind of against putting Enigma on Javazons. And then actually it was this ladder. I was playing in public games. It was an 8-player level 94. 95 maybe, terrorized Chaos Sanctuary. And I was the Nova Source at the time, self-wielding Infinity and stuff like that. And this Javazon was just destroying. They were so fast. Like, I was struggling to keep up. See how my health dipped down there? It's because of that lower resistance. The minus 50 there. So you do have to be careful if you get a lower resistance curse on you with this build. But see how the health just comes back up. Something you just got to pay attention to. Also, that fire right there will kill your mercenary in no time. So don't let him stand in it. Alders. I think my friend needed that still. Don't know why he doesn't play his druid anymore. I think he just likes the set, honestly. Because, I mean, we've got Shakos and stuff. Doesn't need an Alder's helmet, but he still wants it. Also, the frustrating thing for druids for me is, all these years, I don't think I've found a single good pelt. A rare pelt, at least, let's put it that way. I found decent bases for, like, Delirium. If you want to say that's decent, but, like, never found a good rare pelt. Like, those things are so insanely rare, but my god, do those things get insane. Oh, Grand Charm. Should have teleported away there. Also, never found a J mod either, but I feel like that's probably to be expected. Please be ethereal, not ethereal. What's the one? There's one right under J mod too. It's a Jewelers. It's Artisans, I think. It's 3 sockets instead of 4. Never found anything like that. I think the best item I ever found was a 2-handed maul. Don't remember what the base was. I think it could have been upped, but it was ethereal, self-repairs. I think it had IAS, enhanced damage, and Fool's mod on it. I think it hit like a truck. Best item I ever found. At least the most expensive item I ever found. Sold that for a lot back in the day. I don't remember what the guy said he was building it for. Is he either a barbarian or a druid, I think. I think it was a barbarian. But I don't remember. It's been, I don't know, a decade since then. Wish I still had screenshots. That was back in the days of Xfire, when Xfire was popular. I don't remember my stuff for that. My credentials. I think Xfire is still around, though. Man, I miss Xfire. That used to be awesome. For those of you that don't know Xfire, it worked like Steam's overlay does. How like on almost any Steam game, it's like what, Shift Tab, and it brings up that overlay, and you could, you know, message your friends and all that. Well, back in the day, we didn't have dual monitors or 3 monitors or ultra wides. We had those big, heavy CRT monitors. And, well, computer specs weren't great back in the day, so alt-tabbing out of some games, you're pretty much guaranteed to crash. I think Team Fortress. Was it Team Fortress or Counter-Strike? Not Source. Counter-Strike, I think back in the day, was famous for that. You would, like, alt-tab out, and it would, like, pretty much kill itself in your computer. But anyways, with Xfire, you could just, like, whatever the key binding was, I don't even remember anymore, it's been so long. You could bring up your chat, and you could chat with friends. Didn't matter what game they were playing. You could just chat across platforms. It was so nice. To me, that's the earliest back I can remember that being a feature of like a product or something. I don't even think Steam had it at that time. I think Steam picked it up from Xfire. But that was just a nice feature to have. And that brings back a lot of memories playing Diablo 2 with Xfire. Because back then, I had like a group of friends that was like die-hard Diablo 2. And there's a lot of overlap now. Like, I have friends that play both, and they're diehards of both. But it was die-hard RuneScape, and it was die-hard Diablo. And I actually ended up playing both back in the day. And I would split my time between them. A new ladder would come out, I'd go here. I'd get bored of the ladder, I'd go back to RuneScape. And it was just nice being able to talk with my friends. It didn't matter which game they were playing, could still talk. Because I don't even think... Oops. I don't even think Ventrilo was popular yet. Or at least it hadn't hit me and my friends group yet. We started getting into that around the World of Warcraft era. Not area. We actually... Is a Counter-Strike clan? I think they did both. I think it was Counter-Strike, and I think they had a TF2 community. It was called 5 Elements. And whenever we were playing like TF2 or we were playing Counter-Strike, we were like on their servers a lot. And we'd use their Ventrilo because they had it open to the community. That's actually how I met some of my good close friends nowadays. The one guy, I'm not going to use names, any identifying info, but if you're part of my friends group, you'll know clearly who I'm talking about. One day, got drunk and wandered into our channel and was trying to troll us, as one would do back in early 2000s. And well, back then we were a bunch of little trolls too. So it just ended up into being 2 friends groups trying to troll each other. And then his friends group came down and apologized for him. And then, you know, we were going on, well, you don't need to apologize. We thought it was funny. And then ever since then, it was just 2 friends groups that kind of merged into one big friend group. Back from a community server off of TF2. Where did these guys spawn at? Still play games with most of those guys today, actually. Fun little tidbit. Miss the days when they had big community servers like that. It was always really nice. I guess they still exist. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I just don't participate in those anymore. Maybe I shouldn't miss them. Maybe I should just participate. I'm sure they're still around. Especially for like Counter-Strike and stuff. Anything you can really have your own server for. Man, I played a lot of time in Counter-Strike and TF2. Those were fun games, man. I don't know if I'm just being, you know, a nostalgic person and saying gaming back then was better. And I'm just getting old. Man, early 2000s had some really good games, man. Counter-Strike, TF2, Left 4 Dead 2, Diablo, StarCraft, Warcraft, WoW. Lots of good games. Maybe it's just because I played those for so many years now, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, there's still good games today, but for me personally, that was the peak of gaming. And I'm sure everybody's going to have their own different peaks of gaming. That was mine. I remember back in the day, I don't even remember what server it was or what community it was anymore. It was a Counter-Strike server. Primarily played gun game, I think, on that server, if I'm remembering correctly. And I made a bet with the admins that I could keep the highest kill count on the server for a week straight. And they said I couldn't do it. And they said they'd give me admin if I could do it. And I pulled it off. And that's the first time me and my friends ever had admins on any like these servers. I mean, we were just kids back then. Didn't have a credit card, didn't have money, couldn't do any of this stuff. But we had admin, and it was great, man. And it's not even like the, you know, the stereotypical thing of like, oh, you give kids admin and they're just gonna ban people and troll and do stupid things. Like, we were pretty good with it, man. We saw like an obvious hacker come in, like not one of the ones you're like, oh man, maybe he's just really good. I'm talking like the ones that load in, get that gun that has like 700 bullets in it or what? Not 700, obviously. What is it? 100? The Magev, I think it was called in Counter-Strike. And stand in one spot, spinning in circles, headshotting people from across the map. It was just really nice to be able to be like, oh yeah, that guy's obviously hacking, and just getting him out of the server. Not having to wait for like another admin or a server owner or anybody like to log in and deal with it. It was just nice being able to take care of that. And that was like the first time we could actually do that. Since then, you know, we've done a lot of like our own private server hostings for games like that. You know, now that we're grown, we can afford to do that. But Different times, man. It really stinks that we got the, what is it? Burial Grounds and Crypt. I was really hoping to get another good terrorized zone. Kinda tired of running Chaos Sanctuary and ball runs. I stayed on doing these for too long on this ladder. I am, let me do quick maths because I don't pay attention anymore. 32. Yep. Born in the 90s, 1990s. But yeah, I stayed on Chaos Sanctuary and Diablo runs too long. I really didn't think that the terrorized zones would be such a big deal. And I should have switched earlier because now I'm like super burned out of doing these runs. Which is a struggle because, I don't know, I have bad luck, I guess. I don't like a lot of the terrorized zones. I just feel like a lot of them aren't worth doing. Like Ariat Plateau is the bane of my existence. I don't know how many times I've logged in just to see it's Ariat Plateau as the terrorized zone to log out immediately. I'm glad I stayed in. I actually logged in, saw it was Ariat Plateau today, and I'm like, well, there's only 2 minutes left. And then we got the Stony Tombs, which I really enjoyed, which is actually why I started up the stream. So I was debating if I wanted to actually stream today or not. I'm glad I did. Because it seems like you guys are having some fun, hopefully at least. Compared to usual. Stream today has actually been pretty good. Which is surprising. Still not feeling better from being sick. So the big thing with this build though is, especially if you're killing bosses like Diablo or Bale, any of like the bigger units like Duriel also works. Really all the act bosses because they're so big. Frozen Orb actually has pretty good damage on them as long as you're aiming it right. So while the projectiles don't pierce, they can shotgun. Meaning if you're standing on the middle of that when it blows up, a lot of those projectiles are going to hit you. I don't think every single projectile can hit you unless you have like god aim. I don't think I've ever seen one where a projectile didn't come out. Maybe I'm just bad at aiming it. But they'll chunk. If you can aim right, honestly, I think it's faster than staticking in Player 1 Diablo. Also, for those of you that aren't aware on how to make a quick death with this build, if you have Amplify on you, and you stand on a beefy monster that is fire enchanted, there is a high probability you will die. I got too much crap to look at that. Because, and I didn't know this, I learned this last week actually, even though it's a fire enchant that's setting off the explosion, and naturally if you're like me you would assume that that means it's all fire damage, and as you know, Energy Shield does not care about fire resistance. However, it actually casts a Corpse Explosion, which deals 100% of the monster's health, or 120, something like that. It's a lot. As a 50-50 split of fire and physical damage. And why that's important is, well, you have amp damage on you, which increases physical damage, and that Corpse Explosion has a 60 to 66% chance to crit. Literally one tapped through 2.6k mana, 849 life. I was quite shocked that that happened. 2 to summoning. It's garbage. 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 Don't need 2 of these. So yeah, if you're amped, watch out for Fire Enchanted, because it'll kill you. I had no idea Fire Enchanted also did physical damage. Hold still, so I can aim this. Yeah, with this build, Diablo shouldn't be able to actually kill you. You can pretty much tank anything. The only reason I don't want Nightmare, dang it. The only reason I actually move around is because the fire that he will put out on the ground will destroy my mercenary in like 3 seconds. Even though he has 75 fire res. So it's just to avoid having to pay for my mercenary constantly dying. Move back to hell, right? I didn't misclick, yeah. Well, we're getting some experience from here. It's not near as good now that I'm level 90, yeah, 95. I need to look at the actual point in which that I stopped gaining experience from everything. Oh, sorry, having a coughing fit. I didn't want to cough into the mic. Because I think I'm getting close to that, where really the only things outside of terrorized zones that'll give me experience is Bale and Diablo. Which is how it used to be. That's used to how you got to 99. I believe that's how Mr. Llama, I think he was the first 99 on season, or ladder 1? Ladder season 1? And I think he was the first again on season 2. I could be wrong. I'd have to go look. But I'm fairly confident he was the first. And if you go look at his video on it, he explains it. But essentially, how he did it was he's a streamer. I think he streams on Twitch, though. But he's a streamer, and what he did is he had his community making games, and they would get to like Diablo or Bale and get them like low life, and then leave them like the group or the zone so they couldn't kill them. Then invite him to the game with like the friends thing. He would join, go in the portal, one shot the boss, get the experience, leave, and then go to the next game. And that's just virtually the fastest way you could possibly get experience. And I truly think the reason we have terrorized zones and this better leveling experience is because he showcased that on how to do it. Because honestly, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds awful. I really don't want to be joining thousands of viewer games to hit Diablo once so he dies to get experience. I'd rather just play the game. And the terrorized zones, at least for me, they really help with that. Because I can just play the game. It does stink when you get Ariat Plateau, though. I will admit that. It does kill my motivation to play a little bit. Especially once you get higher level. Because at this point, I'm not quite sure how much more effort I'm going to put into this character. I probably will get my helmet faceted and socketed. But my Nightwing's so low, I just don't really want to. And I don't really feel like buying a higher one because they're so expensive due to cold sorceresses being the current meta. Especially for that slight percentage. I mean, this is what, I think I have a 10. Yeah, 10% cold damage. So I'd get another 5 out of it if I got a perfect one, which is... I don't know what they're going for now. They're still pretty expensive, I would assume. I think on Ladder Starter sold one for Burr. I don't know if that was a good deal or not. But I got a Burr rune out of a perfect one on Ladder Start at least. That helped a lot. That really helped get my builds going because I was able to transition into Infinity way earlier than normal. Because I started this off as a I started as a Fire Sorceress into Blizzard once I saw how broken Blizzard was with the Sunder Charms. And then got gear and moved into a self-wielding Infinity Sorceress, which is really fun build, but that build sucks if you move into it too early, and I did not have the gear to move into it. And I did not enjoy it. So then I actually moved back to Blizzard to farm more gear, and then actually started seeing some Frost Nova Sorceresses in public games when I was doing some of those, and I'm like, that looks really fun. I'm gonna go do that. And then here I am. Is this full yet? Getting there. But I don't know, it's a fun build. If you're not trying to do party 8, it's really fun. If you're trying to do party 8, like carries, you're probably better off with other builds. I don't think I have room for that. Also, if you're not picking up rare boots to identify it, you're doing it wrong. pick up your rare boots. Rare boots are insane, and I feel like a lot of people undervalue them, and they really shouldn't be. Oh, and the garbage. 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 Actually, no, it's still garbage. I thought it had that mod. So your amulets, if you're not going to be switching between like my damage loadout with a magic find loadout, or if you're okay with swapping, you know, more items to do that, you can get rare amulets. And you don't even need castrate, technically, for this build on your amulet. You can get by without it. I don't actually have any on mine because I'm using Tau Rosh's. But you can on your amulet, and it's a really important thing that I wish I would do, is you can get reduced poison duration on amulets. And while that might not seem like a lot, if you're lazy like me and you don't want to keep using potions to deal with poison, you can just have that on there. And I don't remember, I know you can at least get 25% reduction in poison duration, which is huge. And the calculations for that is huge. I think it's a 25% is you don't take a quarter of the poison damage, and 50% is you only take half of the poison damage over duration. I forget how the exact calculations play out, but it's huge. Ooh, that was dangerous. And getting that on a rare amulet with your +2 to source skills, and then if you get like strength or life, mana, magic find, gold find, really any of like the super common stuff, can be huge. So really, if you wanted to push this build even further, ditch the Tal's amulet and get you a nice rare amulet like that. 75, really? I'm not sure. I know you can get at least 25. Now I'm curious after stream. I'm gonna go look it up to see if you can on a rare amulet. Or maybe you need to be crafted an amulet with a high character level. I don't know. I'm gonna go look into that because 75 on a rare amulet would be insane. I think you can get 75 from, what is it, Aratha's Collar? The set amulet, I think. It's garbage. I think the set amulet has a 75, but I think that's unique to it. I don't know. I need to look into that, honestly. There's a couple more of the really obscure things of Diablo calculations I need to look into. No, I don't personally use Gladiator's Bane. I would on like a early ladder reset if that's like all I had. I would definitely use a Gladiator's Bane. It's not a bad armor. It has what? Cannot be frozen, I think's on it, and it has faster hit recovery, I think. And it has pretty decent defense. And ethereal ones too, they get pretty high in defense. I think over 2k. It's not a bad mercenary armor at all. Personally, I don't use it. I would use it early ladder. My mercenary is just using a basic ethereal treachery. It's not even in a good base. But my merc doesn't really die very often. Mostly dies to like hydras, standing in the fire from Diablo here. He'll definitely die for that. And fortitude really I don't think would save them personally. So I haven't upgraded to a fortitude. But if you're trying to push the build even further, fortitude would be my recommendation. Gladiator's Bane really wouldn't be that bad either. I'd have to look up the mercenary breakpoints because I don't know them well enough off the top of my head. Especially since they threw in Infinity being in man catchers. But a Gladiator's Bane might not even be bad because I think it has cannot be frozen on it natively. Which is nice, so you won't lose attack speed. And then if you're wearing an Infinity, you have the Crushing Blow. Does that work on mercenaries? I don't remember if that actually works on mercenaries. But either way, it wouldn't be bad because they're not losing their attack speed, which means they're hitting at maximum frames, hopefully, and they're constantly leeching. Is it 50 poison time? That's what I was thinking. But I mean, just that one mod alone means you're taking 50% less poison damage, and if you're playing an energy shield build, poison is the most annoying thing you can possibly get. Well, actually, I take that back. It's not. The most annoying debuff in the game that you can take is from the Act 5... Please don't die. Act 5 Harpies. It has like the little crisscross over you, and it's like a circle, and they kind of like intertwine. It's a curse. That is the most annoying debuff you can get on you in the game as an energy shield. And what that curse does is it means you have to use your life as your mana for casting spells. Well, I have a ton of mana regen, but I don't have very much life regen, and 53 mana per Frost Nova, and I only have 849 life. You'll kill yourself pretty darn quick. Gregory, make sure you have the gear, and make sure you have a respec token to come out of it, because this build does require gear to get going. And worst case scenario, if you don't like the build but you already have the gear, you can respec into Blizzard. I don't have a guide yet up for it. That's going to be probably the next guide I'm going to do. But I've been sick for a week, so I haven't wanted to record since I've been so stuffy. But you can pretty much take all of the gear from this build and move it over to a Blizzard Sorc and just crush the game. So please be careful with your respecs. This build is really fun. It works really well. I do have the guide on the channel for it, so you can reference that. And I did put timestamps on there so you can easily reference it. Just do remember, even in high gear levels, this is not a player 8 carry build. This build works really well in low player counts, and that's primarily where I play at. But I'm really excited that you're going to go try the build. I really hope you like it. It's quickly become one of my favorite builds. I also really like the Lightning Nova build as well. It plays very similar, but what is nice with this one is you do cast the Blizzards once in a while and the Frozen Orbs, so it does kind of mix it up a little bit. You have the Nightwing, the Shaco, 2 Soj, Arachnids, Gurkies, G-Bane. I wouldn't use Gurkies. I think if you're not using a Spirit, you're going to have problems hitting your drawing a blank, your cast rate frames. I'd have to look. I'm trying to think of how you do that with your Sojas. Yeah, so I only have 3, 5. I only have 8% cast rate to play around with. Yeah, use that Spirit over the Gurkies. Definitely, in my opinion. Gurkies is nice, but you need to be going max block, and if you're going an energy shield, you're going to be split too thin in my opinion. And I don't really think you need max block with energy shield for survivability. Oh, the one thing I did forget to mention when I talked about how to switch into the Magic Find build earlier, I was talking about how you can put on your Taurasha's armor and the belt and still hit your breakpoints. The other thing that you can do is you would take your Nightwing off and put on a Shaco. If you put the Shaco on, you'll get a lot more Magic Find. You'll also be tankier too. Nightwing is mostly for if you're really wanting to get in the higher damage area, which honestly that's how I prefer to play it. But if it was early ladder or I didn't already have the gear that I have now, I would definitely go the Magic Finder route. Oh, I almost died. Also, please make sure you're buffing yourself before you're teleporting. You'll die very quickly if you don't have Energy Shield on. I'm surprised I made it through that, honestly, because I was not paying attention. The other thing is with your gear, and I don't think you'll have this problem because it seems like you already have a lot of the gear. You want to make sure you have a big enough mana pool that you're not having mana issues still. For me personally, that was when I got my Call to Arms, but I didn't have Sojas yet. So I need to mix around to see if I could drop the Sojas and just have the Call to Arms and still be good enough. Or no, other way around. I need to see if I can drop the Call to Arms and just use Sojas to see if I'd be good enough. Yeah, for the damage ability, you're going to use a Fathom. If you're trying to go the Magic Find route, you're going to want an Aki. And if you're min-maxing, you're going to want to Ist the Aki. Also, my recommendation for your Viper, if you want to be tankier, put an Umbreon in it, unless you found another way to deal with your resistances. If you want more damage, put a Facet. If you want more Magic Find, put an Ist or P-Topaz. Honestly, for armor and helmet, use a P Topaz unless you're really min-maxing. It's only, what, a difference of like 1 or 2 magic find for an ist and a perfect Topaz. But yeah, the Fathom is really nice for this build, although not needed. You just won't be near as fast at clearing. And mine's low. That's a... I'm trying to think. I think this is only a 23. It's 22 or a 23 base cold res, so it's like a middle of the road. It goes 15 to 30 on the base rolls. The other thing with the Fathom to note is the resistances it gives. It does give fire resistance, and that's really nice since our offhand is going to be that spirit. And your spirit does not have fire resistance, so if given the opportunity, try to get a higher fire res if you're really min-maxing, in my opinion. But that's min-max stuff. That really doesn't matter that much. Yeah, so Torch and Annie's also big. On top of that, like, you're getting your extra damage, you know, from this. But your Torch and Annie's also going to be lowering the resistance because of Cold Mastery. But even more than that, it's giving you another at least 4% damage mitigation on your energy shield. And it's going to save you a respec. So, like, I don't know if you already respec, but if you respec now before you have that Torch and Annie, you're going to want to respec again after because of the attributes that they give you. You're going to have too much in strength. Ideally, you want to land right at 156 with your Torch and your Annie on. Nova damage is right here, 1,735 to 1,910. My Frost Nova damage. And while that is low, you could get that higher with better gear. And also, I am missing 2 skillers. I could put in place in my inventory instead. I'm not doing that. You have to remember with cold, you are dropping the resistances a lot. So it's in here somewhere. Minus 139 to enemy cold resistance. So you're essentially doubling your damage almost guaranteed, because with that much of a negative resistance, there's not going to be any monster in the game that's going to be above positive resistance against you. The other important thing to note is if you want more damage, you could technically not put so many points in energy shield and then put up your garbage. Put more points into your cold mastery. That way your cold mastery is reducing the resistance of immune monsters even more. Really not needed too much, but you need to also remember you're going to be having facets and stuff. There is literally 0 point to having anything higher than negative 195 to enemy cold resistance. You cannot push a monster into a negative or below a negative 100 resistance. They cannot go below that. So as long as you have a Sunder, they're at 95 resistance instead of immune. And then if you have minus 195, they go to minus 100 resistance, which is the lowest they can possibly go. Oh god. That scared me. I didn't expect them to be there. Those guys will ruin your day pretty quick if you telly stomp them and you're not ready. But if you're trying to push the damage as high as mine at that 1,900, the +3 aura misses to Frost Nova is probably going to be required. I guess technically you could drop the Geeds and this row of small charms here. Yeah, you could technically do that, and then you get 2 skills there, so you might be pretty close, but I could push this over by 2k by dropping my Geeds and the small charms that I'm using. But I don't know. For what I'm doing, the damage just seems good enough for me. I'd rather have a little bit of that magic find in there. Unique ring. But that's a mantled ring. Find out shortly, won't we? So far, we found a Galrune, a Vex, and then that ring. So, I'm sorry, we didn't find a Vex. Galrune, Shaco, and this ring. Oh, and 29 Nagel. We'll keep that. That's not very good. That's definitely not good. What are you? Not good. I'll keep this Nagel to swap for Magic Find later, maybe. Oh, I'll take a 29 Nagel. I figured it'd be a mantled. Or a Dwarf Star. Oh, I hate Dwarf Star just because of how many of those I find. It's so frustrating. I haven't found a Soj in a long time. A long, long time. I don't even think I found Sojas on Project D2, actually. Did find a perfect Mara's on Project D2, though, and then I immediately broke it with a Worldstone Shard. Got talked into that one. That was dumb. Should not have done that. Sir. Sir for 2 Sojas. I think that's a really insane deal, actually. It's been a couple weeks since I've been trading, but I feel like you got a really good deal. A Sir for 2 Sojas. Could be wrong though. I'm out of the trading game right now. I don't know what the prices are. I think I paid when I got mine. Well, actually, no. That might be right. I think I paid about a Sir for both of my Sojas. That would have been a couple weeks ago, I think. So maybe that is right. Oh, are they going for 1? Okay. Yeah, I'm too far out of the trade game right now. I got sick last week, and it's just been kicking my butt. I've been trying to, like, not be in bed all day, but it's hard. I can usually get, like, an hour or 2 of gaming, and then I'm just ready for bed. The other night, I live in Pennsylvania, so, like, on the East Coast, United States, if you're not familiar. So it gets dark, like 5, 6 o'clock p.m. The other night, it was like 5:30, and it was looked dark outside. I'm like, well, I think I'm gonna head to bed. And I looked at my phone. It was 5:30 p.m. I'm like, oh god, I can't do that. That's too early to go to sleep. I missed a seal somewhere. That one's hit. That one's hit. Hit the one up there. I must have missed the one down here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine to respec to Frozen Nova. I feel like you have enough of the gear. I'm just hoping you like it. I really don't want you to get stuck with a build you don't like. Oops. Oh, see? He stood in the fire just slightly too long and managed to die. It's the reason I teleport around. I think I can stand in it. I don't think it'll kill me. You have like the actual Nova, the Lightning Nova for your other build. Do you use self-wield Infinity on yours, or do you go for like the 200 cast rate one? I haven't built the 200 cast rate one yet. I was just wondering if you had them. If you had an opinion on that. My problem, Merc Infinity. So you went, did you do Merc Infinity and 200 faster cast rate then? Just under 200. Okay. See, my problem with the Merc Infinity, and like, it's a great build, don't get me wrong, like that's a strong build still. When I built it, and I might have been under geared, I want to revisit it with more gear that I actually can afford now. Is I struggled with mana a lot more than I do if I self-wield it. I can't get... You should be able to make it to 200 with gear. I think it's just expensive. I think you have to have the perfect Spirit Monarch, right? And you need a 20 faster cast rate amulet, I think. It's just really expensive to do. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you can, because Griffins will give you the missing attack speed you need. So you can definitely hit it. The problem with the 200 faster cast rate, and what I was getting at was, I feel like mana is going to be a problem still. You don't have insight unless you're playing in a party. And you're spamming Novas fast at 200 faster cast rate. I do want to build a 200 faster cast rate one. Yeah, 20 amulets ridiculous. Especially getting a 20 amulet that also has good stats. Yeah, good luck at that. That's high-end stuff. That's why personally I like the self-wheeled infinity version for Nova. You get the, what is it, 45 to 55 minus lightning res on your weapon. 220 is not impossible. It's a crafted amulet with a required, was it 94 character level to craft it? I'm fairly confident you can get a 220. You require very high, you have to have a high character level when you craft it, and you have to have a high item level amulet, which I think it has to be 96 or higher. Oh, like, yeah, I mean, the odds of you hitting a 220 is ridiculously rare, but I believe it is actually possible. For sure. I have not hit a 220. I've made, so far, crafting this entire season with every perfect Anthemist I've gotten, I have gotten one good crafted Ami. And it was 2 to Druid, 10 cast rate, 15 all res with a little bit of strength, I think, on it. You can't gamble a 220 amulet. They have to be crafted. You can gamble really good amulets, though. I actually didn't know you can gamble a Tal Rasha's amulet. I didn't realize you could gamble uniques until like a year or so ago, actually. Never been much of a gambler. Oh, yeah. You gamble the amulets to craft. Yeah, that works, I think. I don't remember off the top of my head the breakpoints for what level the amulets, or what level you need to be for the gambling of the amulets, and I don't remember the character level required to hit it. I just know it's relatively high. I have to look it up. It's on my other list of things to look up, because I would like to make a guide on useful cube recipes. Maybe that's what next one. No, I really need to get a Blizzard guide out. Get a lot of questions about Blizzard. That'll be the next guide I probably do. Alright then. Did you go Dragon or Dream? My buddy wants to make the Dragon one. Yeah. My buddy's all about just walk around, pick stuff up. I don't know if you're familiar with the game of it's called Path of Exile. It's another action RPG by Grinding Gear Games. And there's a map in there. I forget the map's name, but there's no monsters that are supposed to spawn in it. There's bugs where you can get monsters to spawn in there, but they're not supposed to be there. But anyways, it's just a bunch of treasure chests and has a ton of the equivalent of Magic Find, like, based on that map. And you go in there, and he would just literally buy those maps, walk around, open up the treasure chests, and then sell his stuff, and then buy more maps. And he did this for days on end, like 4+ hours a day. And I'm like, bro, how do you do this? He loved it. It's the most fun he's ever had in PoE. He just runs around and picks stuff up. But I haven't played the Aradin, but I did play on softcore and hardcore, actually. When I level my paladins, I just max Holy Fire now. Ooh, that hurt. And pretty much all the way up to like Act 4 Nightmare. That's pretty much the general gameplay you're getting, is just walk around and loot stuff. Everything just dies. It's a really fun build. I did enjoy that. It makes leveling paladins so much more interesting. At least for me. I'm not a big paladin player. But Dragon and Dream, that's odd. It makes sense. I just figured people would stack one or the other. Yeah, my buddy wants to do the Fire Paladin really bad. But it's so expensive. It looks like a really fun build, though. If you like the Paladin, I don't know if you've watched the videos on my channel. I have one on there. But essentially, there's the build for the Sorceress. It's actually the Werebear guide that I did on there. But what you can do is you can wear 2 dreams, a shield and a helmet. And then what you can do is when you shift into Werebear, you don't even need to shift into Werebear. Honestly, you could use Passion or whatever to get Zeal. But because you have, I think it's level 30. I don't remember off the top of my head what level. It's like level 30 Holy Shock or something like that. What you end up doing is you max Lightning Mastery. And I think you get it up to like 500% increased damage. And that 500% increased lightning damage actually counts towards Holy Dream or Holy Shock, whatever it was, that aura. And you can simulate a lot of the walking around on low player counts with it just zapping stuff and dying. That build's really fun. It's a lot harder to play because there's a lot of gear swaps after buff for the pre-buffing phase. But it's fun. That build in the showcase, I think I had like 55,000 damage auto attacks or something like that. It was a fun build. I enjoyed it. And you can kill fire and lightning immunes and physical immunes because you do all 3 technically. You don't do very much physical though, but it still works. But with that build, you'll use the mercenary with infinity. That way you can get the conviction aura. Oops. Put the dream and dragon on the Sorc and max fire. I haven't tried dream and dragon, but realistically it doesn't sound that bad because you're going to be maxing enchant. Whenever I do it, I generally do the dual dream. Mostly just because I didn't think to try a mix match, so I don't really know which one's better. I never did a mix match. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah, it's clunky with the mercenary, especially if you're using the beast, because you can't really teleport to get him where you want. It's more of a novelty build that's kind of like fun for, I don't know, however long your attention span is. I would say it's viable enough. I didn't actually do Ubers with it. I feel like you could destroy Ubers with that build. Just from your single target damage is insane. Maybe not destroy, but I feel like you could do Ubers with it. Not to mention you're beefy, man. Plus, I don't know what your thoughts on it personally are, but I love the werebear form in Diablo 2 art. It looks so good to me.
I can't carry anymore.
I also love the werewolf too. They did a good job with all of those. I really enjoy them. I keep wanting to go back and making a druid, but it's so hard to go from, you know, like really fast clears to pretty slow clears. Man, if you could teleport and shapeshift, that'd be great. I feel like druid shapeshifters would have got a lot more play as well. Like a lot more play. I don't even think it'd be broken. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but like I feel like it would not be overpowered. I mean, if you want to talk about overpowered teleporting, we got Hammerdins, we got Javazons. I mean, there's a lot of like very, very top tier builds that teleport. And shapeshift, I don't think teleporting would even be close. I guess it might shake up maybe the PvP meta. I don't know. It would be kind of funny to watch a werewolf teleport chase down a sorceress or something, but I'd personally like to see it. I'm always for seeing more shape-shifting druids. It's not just casters too. I mean, I guess technically you could think of a Javazon as a caster. I mean, they're pretty strong. Definitely top build. But yeah, teleporting druids would be great. I'm really hoping druids in Diablo 4 aren't garbage. Like, I really hope they do a good job with them. I'm really excited. I'll probably play a lot. I'm definitely gonna start as druid, I think, on Diablo 4. I'll probably last minute switch into wizard or sorceress or whatever they're calling it, but the plan is druid at least for Diablo 4. Just, I don't know. I really like the druids in Diablo 2, but I hate the shape-shifting is so slow for clear. They destroy single target, which is great, but I'm not a big, like, uber content fan. And, the casters, I really like the fire. The fire build's really fun. Which is just more of a recent build, I think. I don't really remember seeing too many fire druids, like, a couple seasons ago. But the wind druids are, man, I love everything about them except for I get so frustrated with the twisters and the tornadoes. Like, you can literally be standing on something and they just shoot off to the side. You're like, are you kidding me? You can't go like 1 foot in front of me here and hit this thing. And that's just a skill issue, I think, but it's just frustrating for me personally. It's obviously a strong build. It's just drives me insane. Well, we've almost got a bar of experience today. Oops. We would have a lot more if we could get a good terrorize zone. Maybe we will in 3 minutes here. Who knows? I could go for... Oh, man. I hope it's a Tower Ashes. I love Tower Ashes terrorized. The piano build. I don't know. I guess they're kind of piano-y. If you don't like piano-y builds, I'm a little worried about you trying this build then. Because technically, I should be casting more orbs and blizzards than just spamming this. If I actually wanted to be efficient. The Fire Druid build, that's on my to-do list. I still want to really make one. I just don't know enough about druids yet. I generally play sorceresses, so I feel a lot more comfortable making guides on them because those are builds I play. You know, I got tons of hours in them. I know they're tried and true. I know they work. And they may not be, you know, 100% most optimal, but they really work well. But I like lazy builds. Okay. But yeah, the Fire Druid is definitely somebody I want to play. Problem with the Fire Druid, I need to do more research on that. I feel like they're just expensive. Just expensive to get up off the ground. Although with the new Sunder Charms, I'm wondering if I really even need like an infinity to really get that going or not. Maybe it won't be as much at that point. Yeah, I feel like Phoenix might be mandatory. I feel like I might need... Well, the other thing for the Phoenix is, yeah, you don't need the potions. But the other thing is Phoenix is what? Minus 28 fire res? A lot of the zones that I enjoy playing in... Oh, Cathedral and Catacombs. I'll probably end up doing that. A lot of the zones I play in are heavily fire immune. So I'm really going to want to get that like extra in there, you know what I mean? And I started with sorceresses and then moved into Javazon. this ladder. And man, it was a lot of game time to get geared up to be able to get the swap to that Javazon that quick. And I never even got to the Phoenix for that build. Dragon armor. Why would you do a dragon armor? Just for the aura? I'm trying to think. Dragon's not really one of the items I use very much. Wait, dragon armor and hot. Are you talking like a fire claw like build? Because I could see that really being good for a fire claw. But I was mostly talking, what is it? Fissure, Armageddon, like the caster variant of the fire druid. Fire claw could work though, but I don't know. If I'm gonna make a fire claw druid, I think I'd rather just make an enchantress, just because I'm a big sorceress fan. But I mean, realistically, you whatever's fun, obviously. The other build you could do with your sorceress, if you have the runes for the Phoenix, is, well, you still need a Vextran. Fire sources are really fun. I really enjoy the Hydra. I played that in the beginning. That was my latter start, was a Hydra sorceress. That was really fun. Technically, I think Meteor Fireball is better. But I really like Hydra. Hydra's just really fun. I'm not gonna go there. Oh, I don't want that one. Let's try Andy. See if we can get some decent experience in here at least. Also, for those of you that don't know, if you watched my video on Countess, where we went over the directions, we're going to just say that this is going to be straight. If you take the Catacombs level 2 waypoint, to your right, generally, is going to be level 3. But that's not 100% rule. Sometimes you have to go pretty far for it, and sometimes it's not always the hard right. It's not like 100% exact science. I'm saying generally, if you take that right, you will get there quicker than if you didn't. Yeah. Without Sunder Charms, I don't think I would really play a fire sorceress, I'm being honest. Because even with like the Sunder Charm now, if you don't have like the Flickering Flame or the stuff like that, it's rough. I had a guy who was following my guide for the Hydra Source. And, you know, he got everything on there. He's telling me the gear he had. Everything sounded good. And he's like, I tried to do a ball run, and everything was okay until I got to the last wave. And like I had to leave the game. I couldn't do it. He didn't have the Sunder Charm. You know, I told him like, hey, go get that Sunder Charm. You can get a low roll. You can get a -90, which is less than ideal. But, you know, get that Sunder Charm and try it again. Because he had, I believe he said he had the Flickering Flame already. And he came back and he was talking about how much better that was. Like, I could not imagine trying to play a Fire Source without the Sunder Charm. That's probably the least played tree I have on Sorceress is Fire. And that's why when they said they were coming out with these Sunder Charms, I'm like, I have to go Fire. And it was really fun. If I had not found this build, I most likely would have went back to Fire. I can't aim worth anything right now. Battle Belt, Snow Clash, right? Yeah. Yes, I'm not going to pick that up. But Fire is really fun. I'm just really happy now that all of the trees are seeing a lot more play now. My buddy who didn't play sorceresses because like he doesn't want to just run Mephisto or just run like one particular thing. He likes to be able to do it all. So he always just played Hammerden because it's pretty much, you can pretty much do anything in the game with a Hammerden, right? So he would play Hammered In just so he could do that all. And then I actually talked him into trying Sorceress this time. He actually ended up, he started his Orb, and then found out the damage wasn't quite what he was looking for, so he switched into Blizzard. Once he switched to Blizzard, I think he's converted. I think he said he's going to League start Sorceresses now, which will be great, because now I don't have to League start Sorceress now, since he can teleport, because we usually duo through the first playthrough, which would be nice. It opens up some other possibilities for me to actually League start something different. Although, I don't really know what I'll League start, because... yeah, I don't know. Sorceress is so strong. Early ladder. Although, I am a little worried that they're going to nerf Cold Mastery. I feel like Cold is just a little bit too strong now with the Sunders. They're kind of like on Hammered In level strong. But I mean, I guess Hammered Ins didn't really get nerfed either, so maybe that's what's considered balanced. I don't know. It's not like there's really any hard content in this game anyways that really matters. And the other thing, right, is like, yeah, it's competitive because you have your ladders and the world first for ladder or level 99 or whatever. But that's never been something you're not gonna get ladder first 99 if you're a single player person. Like if you play by yourself, maybe a buddy here and there, you ain't gonna get it. Like I feel like to get that, you need a full 8 party that's dedicated, and then maybe you'll get it if you're the one who's designated to get it or whatever. You know what I mean? Or you put more time in than the others. But like that experience bonus is just so huge. So maybe that's why, builds are allowed to stay broken for so long. On top of the fact that, I mean, it was pretty much a dead game for a very long time until they made D2R. And then a lot more people came back to it. I'd really like to see the numbers and see if there's still a lot of people other than bots that are playing on the classic servers. There's always like those diehard fans that are, always like no changes, no changes, no changes. I'm wondering if they're still there, and I wonder how many there are playing there. I'm generally a diehard fan with not wanting changes. That's how I was with World of Warcraft Classic, like the original one, not like the Burning Crusade and stuff. I wanted it mint, pristine. You used to play 20. So did you actually come back for the Diablo 2R then? Or like, is that what that made you come back, or were you just kind of missing the game? I feel like a lot of people just didn't play the game anymore, and then Diablo 2R came out, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go play that. That's fun. I mean, the graphics are great. Like, for those of you that never played the original version, this is what you were missing. Look at these graphics. I'll have you guys know, these were the peak graphics back in the day, okay? These were amazing. This was my childhood right here, School lets out, nothing to do. No real responsibilities other than feed and water the dog and let him out when he needs to be. 12. This was my childhood, 16 hours a day. Grinding. Probably wasting my life, but hey. I don't know, I made it out okay. I had fun. I still like the old graphics though. They're nostalgic. Yeah. The graphics, I mean, I have nothing but good things to say about D2R. They did a great job. I'm a very, very harsh critic of Blizzard in general anymore. And I don't have anything negative to say about D2R. They did a fantastic job. Yeah, they outsourced it, but I mean, they crushed it. I like it. I enjoy it. It's one of my top games, They crushed it. Credit where credit's due. Your kids are grown now. Mine's not quite grown yet. I think you can hear her in the back. She just got home from the bus. She's really excited. I'm still in the process of furnishing my basement. So I'm still upstairs here, so I get a little bit of background noise here and there. But I'm hoping to get it furnished by end of year, hopefully. We'll see. I don't know how bad the prices are on drywall right now. About 6 months ago, they were or maybe a little bit. Actually, I bet it was more than 6 months. Probably a year ago. They were insane. And I did not want to pay those prices for the drywall and the insulation and stuff I needed. So, I'm going to have another guy come out and give me a quote. And I'm hoping that they've come down. Because I really want to get it drywalled down there. Then I can move my setup that's in our spare bedroom down there. And then honestly, I'm kind of psyched because I really want to get like a VR headset and start playing VR. I just don't have room up here, unfortunately, to do that. Oopsies. I have been ignoring all these special mobs, just treating it like a magic finder, and I forgot that this is terrorized. Oopsies. But yeah, I'm really excited that this build actually came out of this patch. I've had this problem for a long time now in Diablo of I've played on and off for 20 years now, and I've done most of the things, if not everything, that I had an interest in doing. I'm gonna take this just... Oh, it's rare. This is one of the rare items in the game, I think, even though it's garbage.
Good to see you.
It's garbage. Garbage. More garbage. That could have been good. Garbage. If it's ethereal, it's super rare. Forget the calculations, but a unique sash that's ethereal dropping in hell is really rare. Which I find odd. Not quite sure. Something to do with how the loot is generated and stuff, that it's a really rare drop. And then getting it ethereal is even rarer. It's a Lenmo sash. I guess I should have identified it so you guys could have seen it. It's a low level item. It's a green sash, I believe. Haven't found one of those in a long time. But pretty rare of a drop. Not particularly useful. Wait, I went the wrong way. Should be over here. There it is. See, like I said, to the right. Level 3 to level 4, you're on your own, though. I've never found a pattern that really helps me with that one. But level 2 to level 3, take a right from the waypoint. Make sure you know which way is straight and how it's supposed to be oriented. And generally, on average, you will get there quicker. Doesn't necessarily mean 100% of the time you will, just on average. Oops, that was a rare ring. We need one of those. But yeah, guys, if you have any questions on the build, I do have that YouTube guide that hopefully will answer all of them. Hopefully. But I will also obviously answer any questions about the build or any of the other builds that I have on there. And then if I don't have a build guide for whatever you're asking, I might know the answer. I might not. But I really do enjoy answering questions from people, so if you guys do have questions, please ask. It's a lot more fun, at least for me, and I think chat in general enjoys that more than me filling the dead air with my rants about random things. So the magic find on this right now is low. Am I blind? 154. If you give me 2 seconds, though, I can show you the magic find swap. Well, almost to the magic find swap. I'm currently playing the damage version of it. It's very easy. There's no stat changes. There's no skill changes in between the swap from the damage and the Magic Find build. So, real easy to get to. So if you're wanting to do Magic Find, your damage is going to go down a lot because this is the pure damage here. You're going to replace the Fathom with an Oculus. If you're going tryhard and Magic Find, you're going to ist that. You can't use a P Topaz here because the P Topaz is just going to add lightning damage, so you have to ist this. For everything else, technically ist is best in slot, but I generally don't worry about that. I use a P Topaz. So you'll swap and put on the Tau Rasha's armor and the Tau Rasha's belt if you want to swap to Magic Find. You're still going to hit your breakpoints because the 3-piece bonus when you have the amulet is going to give you enough faster cast rate to hit your breakpoint. So you'll also switch into a Shaco if you really want to do it. But keep in mind, if you're doing that, you're losing a lot of damage. So like this Fathom with everything included, that's 27% cold damage. That's 12% cold damage. This is 10% cold damage. And none of these are perfect or well rolled. So you're losing a lot of cold damage switching the Magic Find. So just because you have a really, really high Magic Find might not necessarily be the best outcome for finding items. Also, Magic Find does not affect rune drops. So you need to find a nice performance difference to where you're still clearing comfortably, where it's still fun, like, you know, it's not taking 10 hours to kill something, and where you can get the most Magic Find in if you're trying to do Magic Find. I'm playing the pure damage variant of my build, mostly because I am trying to get as high level as I can before I get bored. So I want to kill as fast as I can. My goal was to hit 99 this ladder. I don't think I'm going to make it, if I'm being honest. There's the Project Diablo 2 ladder start coming Black Friday, I think. And my mercenary died because I wasn't paying attention. And then Path of Exile also has a ladder season, whatever you want to call it, coming up. League. That's it. They have leagues in Path of Exile. That's going to be coming up. So I don't think I'll actually make it to 99 this season. That was my original goal, but I just don't think I'll make it. I think if I'm going to do that, I need to try to find an actual static party group to play with. And if I was doing 99 and doing like an actual static group, I wouldn't play this build. This build, by the way, for those of you just tuning in, not for player 8. Sorry, I had a cold. Had to cough. Not for player 8. It'll work. It'll hold its own. You could probably get away with it. But if I was actually tryharding to get to 99 in a static group, I would probably play Blizzard. Or Lightning or Nova or Fire maybe. I don't think I'd play this build. This build is just something really fun that I enjoy playing, honestly. Works well enough because I spend most of my time doing solo runs. Especially terrorized zones. It's really fun for terrorized zones. You don't have the greatest damage in the world, but I mean, orb damage, if you aim, like you can see, it's doing decent damage to Endario. But if you put on the Magic Find gear, I don't remember the exact number. I think I had it in my guide what the rough number that gear was. So if you want the exact number, you can go check in there. I think I marked it under the timetable as like alt gear, alternative gear or something. To the right, should be this way. But I believe you're over 300, maybe over 350 at least. A lot of the Magic Find that you were seeing too, by the way, I'm making up for in my inventory. I'm not using full skillers. There's a Geeds right here, and then right here there's some more magic charms in there. So you can also drop damage too, like your skillers for more Magic Find if you want, but I'm trying to play the high damage variant to kill as much. Mostly because there are upgrades for my gear. We were talking about it earlier. Technically I could drop the Tau Ami. It's not really doing much for me. I mean, it's got lightning res, which is nice, 2 skills, life mana, but I could get a rare amulet. And if you're going the rare amulet mount, I don't know. I'm sick. I can't talk. If you're going the rare amulet route, there's a mod that you can get. I know you can get at least 25%. We think you can get 50%, but I just want to double check that before I say that's true. And my Merc died again. Man, Andy destroys my Mercs. You can get on there minus poison duration, 25 or maybe 50%. I have to verify the 50%. And with the calculations on that, you're essentially taking 25 or 50% less poison damage, which is huge because the biggest issue with energy shield builds, in my opinion, besides that annoying curse in Act 5, is poison. So you could get something like that that also has, you know, 2 to source, strength, all res, life, mana, whatever you want on there. You don't really need resistance on your amulet if you're following the exact gear loadout that I showed. Also, if you still want to go the damage route, but maybe you don't like your resistances being so low, you could go Viper Magi instead of Ormus. You'll lose a lot of damage, but you'll also get, if you had a perfect one, what, 50 all resistance, I think, which is what, 15 short of Chains of Honor. And you'll still hit your breakpoint with a Viper Magi. Actually, Viper Magi has more castrate, so you could lose some castrate somewhere else. Realistically, I'm wondering if I could drop the Ormus, put on a Viper, get... No, 100% I could. Because then I could get like a 10% amulet and then also drop Trang's gloves and then put on Frostburns for even more mana. Get even tankier. Seems like a lot of work though. I really feel like that's probably not worth it. Tankiness really isn't a problem this build has. Unless you randomly get one shot from a corpse explosion mechanic that also does physical and fire, because I didn't realize it was a legitimate corpse explosion from Fire Enchanted, and you're running around like an idiot standing on the corpse with a amp curse on you. That'll one-shot you, because it has a 60 to 66% chance to crit, which I also did not know. So yeah, Fire Enchanted plus amp on you, death. I don't even think if I had the Frostburns on that would have saved me. Like, that was just a straight up death. It's in one of the VODs. I need to go back and look at that. I am fairly confident I was full health and mana. I would have been salty if I played hardcore and that's how I lost my character. Not paying attention and knowing that. Any of you guys hardcore players? Or are you guys all softcore? Assuming most of you guys are softcore. That's what I am. My internet's too bad, I don't want to risk it. On top of that, if I die to something stupid like that, I'm gonna get cranky. But just curious. I actually did hardcore for a brief period last ladder. Mostly as a self... Actually, I think it was self-found. I don't think I traded with anybody. But I did play with other players, so it wasn't like a solo thing. I made a paladin. Because I couldn't remember if I ever actually beat the game on hardcore. So I made a paladin and beat the whole campaign. Just so I could say I did it. Because I couldn't remember if I ever actually did. It was it was an interesting experience. My nerves are not great for that though. There was a couple times I was clenching. I thought I was gonna die for sure. But Fist of the Heavens Paladin came through. It was easy enough. Oddly, Chaos Sanctuary is where I almost died a couple times trying to farm that. Which is supposed to be where they shine, really. But I was struggling because I couldn't get a good Paladin Spirit. all of the shields I was finding like had like 5 all res on them. I just couldn't get like a good one. And then near the end there, I found a 35. And that just made life a lot easier. Threw a spirit in there and got my resistances up. Made it a lot better, for sure. But it was a fun experience. I'll probably do it again. If my internet was better, I think I would do that more. I think it'd be more exciting for you guys as well. That possibility of me dying and losing the character. I feel like people that watch action RPGs tend to prefer the streamer or whoever doing a hardcore run. Could be wrong. I know I generally watch like the hardcore players and stuff like that when I do watch other streamers. But especially for Path of Exile, I don't know if any of you guys are Path of Exile players here, but for that kind of stuff, for that game at least, I love watching hardcore streamers. I like hardcore builds better. My biggest gripe with Path of Exile, or one of the biggest gripes I've had with that game, is readability is awful. And it doesn't help that every softcore build is so zoomy. And I'm playing a sorceress, and like, I feel like those builds are even more zoomy. There's so much more going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. I just don't like it that fast. So a lot of the hardcore builds are a lot slower and tankier. And that's something I really prefer over these super high speed zoom Path of Exile builds. Which I know has been a huge issue in the community. I know the community hasn't liked VGG slowing the game down so much. Personally, I've liked it though. It's blasphemy, I know. I'm allowed to say it here, it's not a Path of Exile stream. They'll never find out. It'll be okay. But, yeah. I prefer the tankier builds, which I think is why I lean so hard into Energy Shield nowadays. I mean, I was always doing Energy Shield even back in, like, before the D2R. Like, on the original, I was doing Energy Shield. It was okay. It was a lot worse because there was this bug that, I don't know the exact mechanics to it, so don't quote me on it. But there was a bug where if a monster had mana burn, essentially if it hit you, your whole mana pool disappeared. It doesn't matter how much it hit you, doesn't matter what your resistance was, just your whole mana pool is just gone. Nowadays, on here, you know, you get hit with a mana burn. Yeah, that sucks. It hurts. It takes a lot of your mana, but you still live. Like, back then, it's mana's gone, energy shield's off, next hit kills you. And it was rough. So I'm really glad they fixed that bug. It's made it a lot more enjoyable, at least for me. But I know a lot of people still don't like the energy shield build. They want to go Vitality, which is fine. I mean, a Vitality build, most likely, will have more damage. Because you're not maxing Telekinesis and putting points in energy shield. You can get more synergies. Like, take Blizzard, for instance. Blizzard energy shield would be a bit rough. Because what Blizzard... 3 synergies plus Blizzard. So that's 4 there. And then, personally, I like to put points into Cold Mastery to make sure that I'm getting the minus 195 total. And that's more points. So you're looking at, I don't know, 90 points there. But then if you were trying to do Energy Shield too, that's 20 more into Telekinesis plus 10 to 15 more in Energy Shield. And you're just not going to have points for that. So, like, it doesn't really make sense to do the Energy Shield one. Or at least I haven't found a reason to do it. Like, for that build, I think Vitality, hands down, is just the way to go. You like Immortal? I'm a firm believer in Energy Shield, then. I think you'll like Energy Shield builds if you want to be Immortal. Oh, hold on. I got bots coming in here. One moment, I have to ban all the bots. There we go. I think I got all the bots cleaned up, not so annoying. Sorry about that. But yeah, energy shield's really fun. It's not to say vitality isn't. Vitality's also fun. I mean, Blizzard in general is a fun build. It's so strong. But I think, for me, Frost Nova and Nova are going to be my top Sorc builds. They're just so fun. Hydra's definitely up there. Hydra's just hard because, like, it doesn't do splash damage. I kind of really want to go on Project D2 and play with the Hydra there because they have on that game they have that mod at least. They have Hydras that shoot fireballs. You have the lesser Hydra, which is like what we have now, and then you have the Hydra, and the Hydra shoots actual fireballs out, so it has splash damage and all that stuff, and it's just really fun. Even with all that though, the clear is still relatively slow compared to other builds, but it does clear faster than a Hydra build. The other thing I really like Hydra for, like at least on your league starting, it's just so nice, especially like for Meph and the council members. You can just throw your Hydras over the river when you're doing the river trick and let them take care of it. Man, I know you can throw blizzards and meteors over there too, but Hydras will be at that point from across the river, and then they'll also shoot further too, so they have a little bit more range. That, and there's something satisfying about annoying the council members with Hydras whenever they're annoying me with their Hydras across the river. It's like an eye for an eye thing. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But I'm kind of interested to see what Blizzard does coming up here in the future, since they are going to be having another ladder. I'm wondering if they rebalance the classes. I'm wondering if they just leave classes as they are. I'm wondering if they add more. Yeah, set and forget too. Hydras last a decently long time. Shale. I don't need a shale rune. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to new skills, but part of me is a little nervous them adding new skills and just completely overtuning them. But I mean, I feel like if you start at you guys see what I did wrong here, chat, and why I almost died? No energy shield. I feel like if you start adding classes, or not classes, classes be too much. If you start adding skills to the game, I feel like you have a very high chance of taking away what makes Diablo special. Especially if you're overtuning them and making them ridiculous. But at the same time, part of me wants it to happen just to see. But the other half of me is like, just go play Diablo 4. Leave this as is. Go play Diablo 4 if you want something new. I need to pay attention to my mercenary more. When I'm doing Andy runs, he just can't survive. I need to aim. If I aim the orb better, it would probably live better. Probably it. Who knows? To the right. It's gonna be over here. War hat. That's also a great item on league starts. Nothing wrong getting a nice little early peasant crown. These guys have high cold immunity too. One of the other builds that I've been meaning to mess around with, I know others have done it, I kind of want to mess it around with though, is the Enchantress with like, was it Demon Machine I think has the exploding bolts. I do want to mess around with the Enchantresses and see if I can get anything else fun going there. Part of the problem I have with that though is I've played Project Diablo 2 so much, it's hard to remember which items are actually in this version and which items are things that are just in Project E2. So I need to sit down and look at some of these items to see what I'd use. Definitely be a bow. A bow with some kind of exploding arrow or something. My inventory's full. I can't really drop anything. Gonna have to go and do this.
Good day.
Get this set up over here.
Yes.
Minus 73. Garbage. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of the things I want to look into. But I feel like my time probably better off making guides on builds people are actually interested in playing. I feel like a lot of people that are looking up, or that would be playing a build like that necessarily wouldn't be looking for a guide. So, because out of the ones I put, the Werebear one I think is probably the least viewed, which I get. That's a completely way out there build. It's very expensive too. So I think I'll do Blizzard probably. Probably end up making a Javazon guide at some point too. Maybe some Necromancer ones. Probably eventually should make a lightning guide too for Sorceress. But I don't know, I just don't really enjoy that build anymore. It's not a bad build though. It's been a long time since I played it with full gear. Just whenever I play the lightning or chain lightning build, it just kind of reminds me of I could be playing Amazon and use Lightning Fury. That skill's just so fun to use. I don't know what it is. It's almost like that skill and Orb for me, or how could you get bored of playing with this? It's so fun. They're like the iconic Diablo abilities. I think I have something in here, right? And another one of these. Minus 56 magic immune. I'm not even gonna bother trying to sell that, so. That's the other problem. I'm too lazy to try to sell some of this stuff anymore. Which is unfortunate because I don't know. Magic Sunder? Yeah, it'd be for like Hammerdins or even Bone Necros. Bone Necros do magic damage as well. But I mean, realistically, short of the resurrecting guys from Act 2 and the zombies that are also in Act 2 Lost City that I don't think really appear very often anywhere else, what else is immune to a Hammerdin? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's just one of the Sunders you just don't really need. Like, I guess maybe if you're carrying player 8 and you have, like, just complete leeches, maybe you would carry it for the ball runs. Just to make those a little bit quicker. I guess would be the only place I could think of it. Like, anywhere else, probably not. Maybe you would for, like, some terrorized zones, I guess Lost City. But even then, I feel like you would just skip them. It'd be fine. I feel like it's not near of a big of a deal compared to, like, the elements for sure. 2 of the Magic Sunders. I feel like those are rare. I feel like the Magic Sunder and the Physical Sunder are the rarest of the ones. I find more cold than anything, and I don't know if I'm just insanely lucky because those are worth the most, or if they're not evenly weighted in their drop table. Because I made a lot of money in the beginning of the ladder by farming these terrorized zones once I realized how good they were. And just selling the Sunder Charms. Because back then, like, even a bad Sunder Charm, like, I think I sold... It was like a minus 90 or minus 89 cold. And I sold that for, like, an Eastern, like, quickly. Like, it wasn't, like, a one-time thing. They were just flying off the shelves. And I'm debating on that being my league start strategy next ladder, honestly. Instead of spending all my time at meth, let my buddy do the meth runs and I'll mess around with those. Trying to get those done. An 84 for an ist. So on the Forbidden site, I was talking to a guy because I completely undersold my gear because I wanted to swap builds and I'm impatient like that. And I asked the guy, I'm like, I really undersold these, right? He's like, yeah, he did. And he was telling me a story about his buddy. And I don't know if this is true. I have no idea if it's true. But his buddy, I guess, paid 4,000 forum gold on the Forbidden site for a minus 90 cold Sunder on day 1 or something like that. And for those of you that don't use the Forbidden site, that's like a burr or 2 burrs. Not quite sure what burr was going for on the day 1, but yeah. So it was a very big mistake on that person's side there. But I don't think really anybody expected them to be so calm. I know that, like, in the beginning there was the bug with the Horker Barbarians kicking them up with 100% guarantee or whatever. So I don't know. Maybe they made them really common this time because of that to try to even out. Maybe they'll make them rare. If they make them rare, I really hope that they put it in the patch notes ahead of time that they're making them rare. Because that'll really change how I league start. Because, like, if they make it so, like, they're super, super rare or something, I don't know if I want to league start a Blizzard Sorc. I mean, I would if I'm just going to sit at Meph, I guess, but I'm trying not to do that for the next ladder start. My buddies wants to do that instead. So my options are either do Meph 2 or do something else. Which I was thinking of just doing Sunder Charm farming in the beginning to try to get as much out of that as I can, but I feel like that's not going to work near as well the second time around because everybody knows how common they are now. I feel like that only worked because people were like, oh my god, I can get this for my Hellforge reward? Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to get it. I think now that everybody knows that they're super common, it's not going to be worth near as much. Oh yeah, that guy on the Forbidden site 100% didn't know the rarity. Nobody did. Like, I'm talking, that was like, I don't know what, 8 or 10 hours after the ladder came out, people were getting those out of Hell. So, like, those were like some of the first ones to drop. And people are like, oh my god, I got so lucky. In turn, it was more of, well, they're just kind of common. Because Blizzard never really specified it. I think everybody just looked at it and they're like, holy crap, these Thunder Charms are so strong. Like, these are going to be rare as heck. And they weren't. They were very common. Still are. I mean, they're so common that 99% of them I leave on the ground and the floor. I identify them, see that they're not perfect, and drop them. Also, you should be picking up crystal swords that are rare and seeing if they're ethereal. If they're ethereal with good mods, you can upgrade them into phase blades using your cube, and that's how you get some of the best one-handed rare weapons in the game. Just a little bit of info there. Also, it's not only crystal swords, but you should do that for other ones too. But crystal swords mostly because once you upgrade a crystal sword to a phase blade, which you can do with rare items, phase blades naturally have a hidden value on them that makes them indestructible. However, phase blades, specifically phase blades, cannot drop as ethereal. But if you get a crystal sword that is ethereal and upgrade it, you can have an ethereal phase blade. A little bit of info there for you guys. And then get insane. You can get attack speed, Cruel's mod, ED, all that fun stuff on there. But I never pick them up. My buddy yells at me all the time for not picking them up. But you should, technically. There is a chance that they will be really good. And they're really rare, because I feel like a lot of people don't know that's how it works. And B, a lot of people are probably doing what I'm doing with my inventory, which makes it really annoying to deal with that. Tarn cap, that unique skull cap right there. Insane item for ladder start, by the way. It's like a poor man Shaco, has like, what, 30 to 50 magic find on it, 1 doll skill. It's insane. Super good ladder start. Oops. Let's go. I'm getting hungry. I'm excited. I've been sick, so like I haven't had like really any good food. And by good food, I mean like eating out or anything like that. But I'm feeling a lot better today. And we're getting there's a barbecue place. It's like a local place. I'm so excited. They have pulled pork tacos. And I don't like coleslaw, but that place is coleslaw. I don't know what it is. I love it. It is like my favorite meal now, and I'm so excited to eat it. And I've been thinking about it for hours at this point, if I'm being honest. Which doesn't help because it just makes me hungrier. But I know it's coming. Very excited. These rare monsters. Ooh, there were a lot of rare monsters in here. I actually got my first Zod rune drop ever to drop from Andario, or one of her little minions in here. I still remember it to this day. I was so excited. It was day 3 of the ladder. Got a Zod rune drop. And then just before that, I got an Ethereal Hawes to drop as well. That was a really good ladder for me. I think on day 4, day 5, I had a full-blown Sorceress with Nightwing, Chains of Honor, Fathom, all of the skillers, Torch, and Annie on like day 3. I got spoon-fed that ladder. It was so nice. That was by far the best ladder start I've ever had. I wasn't even using the Forbidden Sight for that ladder, which even may be more insane, at least for me. I know a lot of people that's normal. They're like, yeah, I know, I do that all the time. But that was good for me. Usually I can get my builds up and running in like about a week or 2 on ladder start. Depending on drops. I got spooned on this one. I got a low rune and a Griffin's like first week. Yeah, that's funny. The stream you're seeing is a little delayed because my internet's bad, Tim, and I was actually just about to start talking about how I got spooned this ladder. The very first week, actually, I found a Griffin's and then a low rune. Not even an hour apart. I found them in the same corrupted zone on the same time. And then on top of that, so far, I have found Vex. I have found 2 Burrs. I have found the Low, and a Zod, and a Cham. Multiple Shakos, multiple Travs. Day 1, my Sorceress had Oculus that dropped for me. Day 2, I got Scalders. Day 3, I had Shaco and Travs. All self-found. I got spooned. By the end of that first week, I had geared up my Sorceress completely for Magic Find. I generally don't go Tower Rushes for Magic Find on ladder start because it's so expensive and the value drops. So I usually go Scalders, Shaco. But by the end of the first week, I had geared up mine and my buddy's Sorceress. So then we really popped off at that point with all our Magic Find and stuff. No, that was me spamming Mephisto like a degenerate I am for 18 hours a day on League Start. I took a week off from work, I think, and played like a degen. It's usually where most of my vacation time goes. I'm really big into ladder starts and stuff like that in action RPGs, not just Diablo. I usually also do it for like Path of Exile ladders that I'm excited for. That's just like I don't know, that's my hobby. Like some people like to take time off for like hunting or fishing trips. I like to do it for ladder starts. But yeah, this ladder was a really good start for me. Generally for all my ladder starts, because my friends don't play sorceresses usually, I usually end up playing sorceress and then just live at meth for like the first week. Wow, 2 burrs in 1 day. That's insane. I got 2 burrs over a course of a week and then haven't seen him since. Dude, if you're gonna retire, you can play D2 full time. That's the dream. That'd be great. Like I would love to be able to stream and like play games full time. I don't know. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it won't. We'll see. But I got too many bills at the moment. I built my house 2 years ago, so I still got to pay that off yet before I can even think about doing that. But what was I gonna say? I found the 2 burrs on ladder this season, right? Or this ladder. But when I was actually getting stuff ready for wasn't getting ready for the guide. I was testing something out for a poison or summon necro. I don't remember, because I was curious how it played. Because I was talking with my buddy about what I was going to league start next ladder and trying to get a game plan. That way we don't have 2 sorceresses. But I had this necro. I walked out into Act 5 Hell, went and killed Shank, dropped a Burr rune. Like, well, that was neat. Walked into Act 2 to test something real quick. Got a Vex rune immediately to drop, like back to back. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Of course this drops in single player. Like, this couldn't happen in ladder. That's the way to do it, man. That's something I struggle with that I've been working on is, you know, the girlfriend gets home and then hopping off of the games and going and spending time. I'm not the greatest at that. That's something I'm definitely working on. So I'm glad you're at least nailing that, hopping off the video games and the wife comes home. Hats off to you for that, man.
I can't.
Oh, I need room. I need to go get a drink soon. Put this here. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I'll identify this later. Yeah, we take turns. I need to cook more. I really enjoy cooking, if I'm being honest. I love it. It's really fun to me. What kills me is cleanup. I hate it more than anything. I hate it more than laundry. And that's a problem, because if you're actually like cooking, that's a nightmare. Like there's so many dishes. And I'm a procrastinator, and then they stay there. Thanks for the subscription there. Yeah, that's the big problem with cooking for me. I'm sorry, give me 1 second here. But yeah, I really like cooking. I know it's really lazy of me, and I should do better. But I really like those boxes you can get where it's they give you all the ingredients, like it's in the box itself, and they just mail it to you. And then you have like step-by-step instructions on when to do this stuff. And it's just great. What is this? I'll have to mess with this later. Oh, it's Tim. Tim subscribed. Sorry, I'm a bad streamer. I didn't have my stuff set up to see who was subscribing because I didn't think about it. I got it now, though. Thank you for the subscription, Tim. But yeah, those boxes are really nice. I highly recommend those if you like to cook but you hate cleanup. They are expensive. Obviously, you overpay it. For us and like how much it costs us to like get those boxes, and you know what it costs us to go out for like a decent meal here. It was probably like 50% more for the boxes. But I live in the middle of nowhere. So the prices for like going out and eating are a lot lower. Because it's a lot more like mom and pop shops, you know, in the middle of nowhere. Compared to like a chain or fancy restaurant kind of thing. And honestly, the value, or at least for us, like the food that we got from the boxes that like you cook yourself really wasn't bad. Honestly, it's probably near restaurant quality for what we get around here, without going into like the fancier like higher end like restaurants and stuff like that. Well, I say we, but really just me. Me and my girlfriend went on like a family vacation with like her family and stuff. This year actually, and I actually got to go to like a high end restaurant for the first time in my life, and we ended up paying, you know, way too much money. It was multiple hundreds of dollars for the two of us. Like, it was very expensive. But I've never been to like a high end restaurant before, and I was just blown away. Like, the food was so good. I was just genuinely surprised that the food could be that good. And like now I understand why it's so expensive. Which is a shame because everybody should be able to experience the high-end food, I think. It's insane. The butter they gave us bread, right? The butter they gave us for the bread, which we didn't order the bread. It was just free. That's free bread and free butter. It was honey butter based from the bees that the chef has locally. And like the chef just has bees, that he has honey, and it was honey butter and he made it from there. Just has this. It's just a free thing they offer for going there. Oh my god, it was delicious. It's the best bread and butter I've ever had in my life. And that was just the free stuff. I ended up getting what was called like an Eisenhower steak. And I guess it's named after Eisenhower. I guess he visited the restaurant back in the day. And I guess that was like his requested steak, like how it was cooked and all the sides and all that stuff on there. Merc died again because I wasn't paying attention. It was really good. It was the best steak. I don't know. I've never had a steak that just literally melts in my mouth. Like, I didn't even have to chew. If I really wanted to, I bet I could have got just the melt and slide down. So anyways, the end of my rambling here. Everybody should experience a high-end restaurant at least once in their life. It's ridiculous how much you'll pay, and it doesn't feel good to pay it, but my god, the food is good. As long as you're going to like a well-known like place, and it's not just like some mom and pop shop with ridiculous prices, like it's a well-known reviewed place, you gotta try it at least once. It's insane. I never understood how food could cost so much, and now I understand. On top of that, we got key lime pies, and they were the best key lime pies I've ever had in my life. Which is my girlfriend's favorite dessert, and she is mad at me because I have now ruined key lime pie for her, because in her words, nothing will compare to the key lime pie she got to experience there. So maybe don't get your girlfriend or wife, you know, their favorite dessert so you don't ruin it for them. I don't know. But it was really good. I enjoyed it. This is the highlight of my vacation, at least. We also got to see some other cool stuff. We got to go on boats and like it was wild dolphins out in the ocean and stuff, and see those. I never got to see any of that stuff, like not in captivity. It was really cool. Although I got soaked. Nobody informed me that part of the boat ride that we're going on, part of it, the fun, as I was informed of after I was already on the boat, was getting wet. And I apparently sat in the splash zone that was not marked and had no idea. I was drenched. Didn't enjoy that part. I was not dressed for the occasion. I had socks and tennis shoes on. I was in jeans. Yeah, it was not great. The experience itself was really cool. I was just not amused about getting so wet. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. But The kids loved it. The kid was ecstatic. She had a blast. She was having the time of her life until one of the big waves came up and got her real good. And then she was cold. But it was a good time. Yeah. I could have got a lot of burr and jaws for the for what I paid for that restaurant, but I'm not a big fan of RMTing. I feel like it takes away a lot of the fun. For me, a lot in these games, especially like ladder starts, like part of the fun for me is climbing up from the bottom, finding that stuff and getting there. I tend to burn out of my action RPGs a lot once I start getting geared. Like once I have all my items and like the only thing really to go up is like paying like 5 burrs for an item. That's so I get like an extra 3% resistance or something. That's where the fun usually ends for me. But hey, man, there wouldn't be RMT companies if people didn't enjoy doing that. If that's what people want to do, let them. It's their money. I'm all about. I think people should play the games in ways that have fun, as long as you're not ruining it for other people. And to me, RMT really doesn't ruin. Well, personally, for me, I don't care if other people RMT. It doesn't ruin the fun for me. It does for other people, though. Oh, wait. I'm doing this. This is not terrorized anymore. The prices for some of that stuff's insane, too. I like to go to those sites in the beginning of the ladder and see, like, how much my character's worth. Like, if I had somebody to buy it. Dude, there's times I've seen, like, Baroons, $150 a pop. And I'm like, who is buying these, man? Holy crap. That's so expensive. I almost wonder if, like, the RMT sites don't actually have buyers paying that. They just put it up there. That way, like, a week later, they can mark them down 50% and be like, look at the value here. Not a big fan of this Arcane Sanctuary. Also, if you guys didn't know, the Ghosty Boys here, these Spectres, if you can get them to die over the ground so you can actually get the drop, they will give you a higher chance at runes. Hey, good night, Tim. Thanks for subscribing. I hope you really enjoyed your time here. So this is a relatively pretty good place to actually get some of the loot going. Or get rune drops at least. It's also nice for a lot of builds too because it's relatively straight shot. There's not like a bunch of walls to get stuck in or lost in. You can just kind of go. The map doesn't really change that much. Plus with the increased drop runes from the specters, it can be a decent place. And you get the treasure chest at the end. Plus keys from the summoner. So it's not a bad place, just not one of my favorites to farm. I was really hoping to get a Tau Rosh's Terrorized Zone today. I really like that one. Oh, unique ring, that'll be a Nagel. That's my favorite. Some of those like tombs for the Tau Rosh's when they're terrorized, I guess really not even when they're terrorized, they can get like so dense. There's times, you know, you teleport over a wall into like 4 specials and you just start blasting. What do you guys think that unique ring's gonna be? I'm saying it's gonna be a dwarf star. Thoughts? Oh yeah, plus you get Duriel at the end, right? You get an Act Boss too. It's great. Although I don't think Duriel's ever dropped anything good for me. I guess he drops the essences, which are kind of nice. But yeah, Tarasha Tombs, that's my favorite. I think second would probably be Chaos? It's a really close tie. It's close or a tie between Chaos and Worldstone. The problem with Worldstone for me is I feel like the most efficient way is to just teleport down and do the ball minions and ball. But man, the density up top is insane. Yeah, dude, I would love to get a Nature's Peace ring so I could do some Neolithic farming. Since I am trying to hit 99, I'm not doing it without that ring. The only other thing that sucks too, and is if your mercenary kills the monster instead of you, he can still corpse explosion that monster. The workaround for that is if you're playing like a Sorc and they're just using like an insight, give them a really low level, like just a non-ethereal scythe with insight. That way, it's generally unlikely that your mercenary will kill anything at Neolithic, and you're still getting your insight aura. And since your mercenary probably can't kill anything there, and you have the Nature's Peace ring, you're not going to get corpse explosioned. But since you were talking about going Frost Nova, that place can also be really annoying for energy shield builds, because there is a chance that they will spawn those succubus types that will cast that curse on you that swaps your health and mana. So when you're teleporting, you'll be using your health instead of your mana. And that gets really sketchy, and you're going to use a lot of pots not to die. Especially once you start Frost Novaing, because I don't have battle orders up right now. But technically, if you could kill yourself from it, I would kill myself and 10 cast a Frost Nova if I had that curse on me. So that can be really annoying with energy shield builds, so just keep aware of that. Not to mention, the vipers that poison can also spawn there. So the monsters can be quite annoying. Completely doable though, just annoying. It's the I'm not sure if you know what curse I'm talking about. I don't know the name of it or a better name, but I don't know if you've noticed. Bale will also cast that whenever he does. But Bale will cast that curse that swaps your health and mana, which makes running those solo also kind of annoying on Energy Shield. Oh, I guess I should identify that ring, right? Let's see what it is. It's garbage. That's probably not garbage. Ravenfrost. Keep that. Yeah, it's like an orange, like, I think it's like two rings that kind of like intersect each other almost. It's, yeah, it's really annoying for energy shield builds. Oops. I'm trying to go do Talrosh's tomb because I keep talking about it. But yeah, that curse, the succubuses can cast that. They can spawn, it's either level 2, level 3, or Worldstone. They spawn down with Neolithic. They spawn in... It's either Crystalline Passage or the Frozen River also spawns them, I think. I think that's all the spots. They might also spawn in some other really weird areas in Act 5. Because I really don't run anything in Act 5. Other than, like, Bale. Yep. Actually, though, the Crystalline Passage and Frozen River isn't awful as a terrorized zone. It has decent density. You just gotta be careful of that curse. And you gotta be careful in Crystalline because... Not Crystalline, Frozen River. Level 96 souls can be a little spooky. Other than that, it's not too bad. What other ones? So Talrasha Tomb's really good. Chaos and Worldstone obviously really good. I really like the one in Stony too, not Stony Field, Stony Tomb. And whatever that zone right outside of Act 2 is called. That one's really good. I like that one. I like Act 2 Sewers. That one's also pretty good. Tristram's pretty good. Tristram's actually pretty insane early ladder. That's where I farmed a lot of my Sunder Charms. Like that first week when people didn't know that they were quite common. I farmed a lot out of the Tristrams. Cows I feel like also is really good, but I don't do it. I'm still burned out from farming cows from back in the day of 08, 09, when that was how you leveled. So I can't stand doing those for a long time anymore. Still burned out. By 08, 09 I mean the patch version, not the year. I think 08 was way before 09, I think. 2009 it is. I don't even know if I played during 08. If I did, I would have been a noob that didn't know. I think I started shortly after 09. Because once I started like figuring out the game, I had realized that I couldn't get the 08 Valk or the 08 Gaze anymore. So I don't know if I started at the end of 08 or if I started in 09. Oh, Pit. That's another good one. Yeah. Pit can be a little spooky though if you're lightning in the beginning. The archers being immune to lightning, and if you don't notice them hiding in the corner, they can do a lot of damage to you pretty quick. But the rest of the stuff inside the pit's pretty easy. The thing that does stink about the pit though is without Thunder Charm, it's really awful as cold. Like really, really awful as cold. There's what, 2 or 3 immunities for cold I think in there. But once you get your Thunder Charm, doesn't matter anymore. Farm where you like is cold. But at least with cold, you have the option of doing Lost City with the Ancient Tunnels, which is like the equivalent of the tomb for them, really, or the equivalent of the pit. So like if you're running like a Cold Sorc and you want to run like something like the pit, run Act 2 Lost City into the Ancient Tunnels. It's also can drop any item in the game from there, just like the pit can. And there's really nothing particularly dangerous. There's skeleton mages that shoot lightning. That's probably the most dangerous thing in there. And that's really only if you don't have your lightning resistance set well. The other monsters are like zombies that move slow, who cares, and the marauder guys, the guys that have like what, 4 arms and a bunch of swords. They're in Act 2, I think, mainly. They also spawn in there. But there was another one that the other one that I really enjoy, and I'm not sure if it's just because I'm petty and it was such a pain in the butt for the longest time as a Cold Sorc. I really enjoy the Valley of the Snakes and the Claw Viper Temple now as a terrorized zone. It's decently dense and it's not very dangerous now that not everything's cold immune. Oh, for sure. The pit's so much easier because of the ability just to follow the road. You follow the road, you got a 50-50 shot, really. But the thing is the cold immunes if you're cold. It's worth trying to going to Ancient Tunnel instead early if you don't have Sunders yet. Than dealing with the cold immunes in pit, in my opinion. I haven't really found like a good way to read the Lost City map to find Ancient Tunnels quicker, so I really struggle on that one still. That's like one of the other things I really like about this game is there's certain giveaways to find out which way you need to be going, like the one for Endario on Catacombs to 2 to 3. That one's easy to find. The Forgotten Temple, that one's easy. There's a couple others. Recently I've been trying to learn the Underground Passage for ladder start. The one thing I didn't know about Underground Passage is if you're following a path and you run into the red Fallens, not the blue Carvers, red Fallens. it's like a 99% chance that that's a dead end. So, I didn't know that. I found that out this ladder. Meth is you just go, what, counterclockwise? Or no, clockwise? Wait, which way is it? So, if this was the waypoint, I would teleport this way around it, so clockwise. Yeah, so clockwise for Meth. I don't know why I always thought it was counterclockwise. Am I recalling wrong? I'm pretty sure it's clockwise for Meth. Yeah, I don't kill anything. I don't even attack in the Durance. Nope. As a sorceress? Nope. As soon as I can't teleport because I'm getting hit by those dolls, it's an exit game. Attacking them half the time is death. That's also why I do not run it for terrorized. I'm not dealing with dolls. Especially at this build. I have to get close to them to even hurt them. Not dealing with that terrorized. No way. Those things hurt. I'm more scared of those in the throne room for Bale than I am of souls. Those will kill me much quicker than a soul will. I believe Braddock is the developer who took the blame for designing that monster. I forget what interview they were talking about that. And he said he doesn't remember who designed that particular monster, but it was probably him. Yeah. Braddock was such a cool, like a good developer, man. I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if you're actually, any of you are actually interested, but I find this stuff really cool. I really like game design and like the stuff behind it. Diablo was supposed to be a turn-based game. But what it ended up happening is the industry started seeing a increase in gamers and games coming out that were happening in real time. So Blizzard, not Blizzard North, actual Blizzard, asked them to try and make Diablo a real-time game. And I believe it was Braddock. I could very well be wrong. This might not have been Braddock. It was one of the original Diablo developers. Like, I think it was Braddock, though. Said, that's not going to work. That doesn't make sense. And he ended up sending his workers home early that day. And then he messed around with it. And I think he said it was all night. He messed with it for hours. He said he got like a rough design where he was able to change the systems out of like a turn-based system into a real-time, which is like what we have now. And he was saying like he played it for like 10 minutes or something with the new systems in place. And he's like, yeah, this is much better. And then all the rest of the developers came back after that weekend and saw the work and tried it. And that's how we ended up with Diablo being how it is now. Without actual Blizzard, not Blizzard North, actual Blizzard asking him to at least try it, that would not have happened. We would have had a turn-based Diablo, and who knows how that would have went. Maybe Diablo would have crashed and burned, and Blizzard North wouldn't have been as successful as they were. And maybe Diablo wouldn't be a thing nowadays. But I always found stuff like that interesting. Yeah, StarCraft also really fun. I played a lot of that. I was always bad at StarCraft, though. I'm really bad at RTSs. Action RPGs, MMOs, I'm decent at shooters. I used to be a lot better at shooters. I would say I'm probably average at shooters nowadays. I used to play Counter-Strike semi-competitively. And by that I mean not in like tournaments, but in like challenging like other like actual teams and clans to like matches and stuff and doing like best of threes like what they do in Counter-Strike. I used to do that a bit. That was fun. 24-hour binges of StarCraft. Your stamina has to be insane, dude. I don't know. I could not play 24 hours of StarCraft. I'd be so tired. There's so much going on. I also play Zerg, and I feel like Zerg has the most stuff you have to deal with. So, I couldn't do 24 hours of StarCraft. That'd kill me. That's a lot. Even StarCraft 2, which I think is slower, Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it's more. I don't know. I feel like for me, I play StarCraft 2 slower, but I'm also worse at RTSs than most people. There's still a lot going on for me personally in that. You're in your 20s. Yeah, I mean, I'm 32, and that still seems like a lot. Granted, I'm fat and out of shape, and I'm 32, but it still seems like a lot of work. But, yeah, man. Most of my hardcore gaming days were back in, like, 12 to 18. And then I went to college, and I started streaming in college. And I was doing okay. I was having, like, averaging 20 viewers, I think, and then I'm like, this isn't gonna go anywhere, and then stopped. I regret that. I wish I would have tried it and seen if I ever could have got it going. It would have been fun. But yeah, like, so like 12 to 18, I was probably the definition of a degenerate when it came to playing. I'm talking, I was rolling on like almost every new World of Warcraft server. Like whenever I was bored, I'd be like, new servers coming out, time to re-roll. And at one point, I was the second highest priest on the server. And I was actually invited into Molten Core and stuff back in the day before I was even level 60. Because they just could not get healers that were high enough level to actually go. So I was going in at like 59, 58, 59, I think. I didn't even finish up yet, and I was getting pulled in. Which nowadays, not a big deal for that game. I mean, most of the world first, I think half of them weren't even 60 yet when they did the classic servers. But back then, it was a lot of a bigger deal, not being 60 and going into Molten Core. Man, I used to play way too much. Those were the days, though, weren't they, man? No responsibilities or whatever, so you can do those 24-hour binges or however long you wanted.
Yes.
That's garbage, garbage, garbage. I miss those days. I think that's partly why I like to take vacation days for ladder resets. Try to relive those days. Pre-kids, yeah. My kid's usually pretty good about it. My girlfriend also knows that I really, really enjoy it, doing those binges on ladder starts. So she takes up a lot more of the responsibility around the house that I should be doing during those. I'm really lucky in that regard. That she understands that, you know, this is something I really enjoy doing. So she lets me get away with it. But I don't really do much outside of gaming, really, for myself. I'm not, like, into concerts, like the bar scenes, or really anything like that. Mostly just gaming. She's more into, like, the live concerts and music and stuff like that than I am. I feel like what's going to happen is my food's going to get here right around 6. Right when it's going to swap from Arcane Sanctuary right into Talrosh's Tomb when my food gets here. Like, generally that's what it seems to happen. My girlfriend has been going deer hunting for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years now. I think she got into it. And she went archery hunting this year again. I don't archery hunt. I only use rifle. I'll probably start archery next year. But, anyway, she goes archery hunting. And this was the first time. This was like right when ladder started. I was so excited. This was the first time that I personally got to see Worldstone Keep get terrorized. So excited. 5 minutes in, my phone lights up. It's a call from my girlfriend. I'm like, man, she got a deer, didn't she? Immediately after it gets terrorized, she got a deer, and we had to go track it and do all that fun stuff. So I missed that first terrorized zone. And just generally, that's been the reoccurring theme. Whatever zone that I'm excited to be terrorized, it'll get terrorized. But that's also when I have to hop off the game because I have to do something for real life. So I'm really hoping that stops, because I really like some of these terrorized zones. I'd really like to be able to do a couple rounds of them. I just found it funny that was a consistent thing happening. Ooh, we need to get an amulet out of here now so I can craft. We have everything we need other than the amulet for the base craft here. Could gamble one, but... the other thing I'm worried about the gambling, and I need to research this because I'm not entirely sure, because I wasn't a big gambler ever in this game. I believe the item level can vary on a gambled item. Like, even if you're 93, it doesn't guarantee that your amulets are 93, I think. Or is my concern, at least. So I need to verify that they actually are. Or how that works. Before I start gambling them. There's the amulet. We'll craft it after we get back through here now. Hopefully we'll get something good. I've only gotten one good crafted amulet out of the hundreds I've crafted. Get that nice 2 to sorceress, 20 faster cast rate, strength all resistance amulet. Wouldn't that be nice? Doubt that'll happen though. Alrighty. I have too much garbage here.
Good day.
So that's garbage. This stuff isn't. But I need to get it out of my cube to do this. Put that there. This there. Amrune. Where are you at, Amrune? Don't tell me I'm finally out of Amrunes. I need to clean this up. That's a Rao rune. Do I have a... I need a Rao rune in there. Oh, I don't need an Am. I need a Rao. Never mind. Ooh. We take those. Do druids need 19 cast rate? I think they need 19, don't they? I have to ask my buddy. He plays druid. I'm not quite sure. Let me ask him. Can't type. Alrighty, let's pick. Or wait, no, I want to put this somewhere before I lose it. What is this? The barbarian one. Alright, I'll put this stuff all back in here because I don't have a good place to put it. I think I came out of the waypoint, right? I need a new game? Yeah. Or no. I didn't finish this one yet. My concern with that amulet is I think you need 19 for Druid. Because they have that really high weird breakpoints, like 164 or something like that, I think. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. That a lot of people don't go for because you need that really high-end amulet to hit it. Also, you have to sacrifice something else too, I think, and I don't really remember what it was. Oh, double rare ring. I'll take that. In there. In there. I'm zoning out. I'm getting tired. Yeah, the druids have that really high faster cast rate breakpoint, and I'm not sure if people actually even use that breakpoint anymore. I think that might have just been a druid PvP breakpoint. My buddy should know though. I don't know if he's gonna respond. I don't even know if he's awake yet. It's only 5:30 p.m. Might still be sleeping. But If it doesn't, hopefully that 17's high enough. At least that'd be a nice little starter amulet for somebody that's trying to hit that breakpoint. The secondary stats weren't very great, but at least they'll get a breakpoint if that 17's high enough. And that'll be my second amulet that's actually good then, which were all both for Druid, which is weird enough. I feel like the game's just telling me to roll Druid, honestly. Alrighty here. Should just make a new game. So, Greg, you've been out there watching for a while now. Out of curiosity, how is the stream quality looking on your end there? My internet's awful, so I was actually surprised that the stream, at least from what I was seeing, was looking pretty good. But I was always kind of curious from a viewer perspective how that stream's looking, or if it just looks awful. Because the streaming was actually on accident. I was making videos and then I accidentally went live, and then I noticed that it didn't say it was dropping a ton of frames, so I was like, huh, did they fix my internet? And it's off and on. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It looks pretty good. I'm glad to hear that. I really like being able to offer up the live streams to people as well. I just feel like it's a lot easier to answer questions for people about the builds and stuff like that, rather than trying to find all the questions nested in comments and replies and stuff like that. Because I was ranting about it earlier. I don't know if you were in here, but the YouTube like analytical thing will tell me when I have a comment that I haven't replied to, like on my YouTube guides and stuff like that, which is great. I love it. It means I can go find the comment, you know, I can respond directly from there. The downside is if I respond to that comment and then they respond to me, my comment, it doesn't tell me that they did that. So I end up missing a lot of the responses, asking for a clarification or another question or something, which is frustrating. So I like being able to do the live streams here and there, so I can get some of these questions out. It's a lot easier. I feel like people can learn better that way, hopefully. The other build that I've been wanting to play is Poison Necromancer. They look so fun, but they look expensive. And they need... what? They need a Circulate, I think, as well. 2 to Necro, 20 faster cast rate to hit their breakpoint, which is really annoying. Mostly because I just really like Shaco. Yeah, Necromancer is what I'm leaning toward on League Start next ladder. Going Summoner. Because my buddy's supposed to be going Sorcerer, so he'll teleport. I come in with all my little summons and we kill whatever we need to. Siler. So this is the version of my build that is damage. You can clear, or you can change the build easily into the Magic Find build, and if you hang tight for a couple minutes here, I can show you the Magic Find swap if you want more Magic Find. But right now it's 154 with a decent amount of that coming from Charms. Right now this is pretty much just built for killing stuff as quick as possible, mostly just looking for experience at the moment. But if you give me a couple minutes here to finish this run, I can show you the Magic Find swap if you want. The Magic Find swap gets you to about 300, 350, I think. And you don't have to change stat points or skill points for that. Everything will work. All your breakpoints come together. The only thing you have to swap out is the actual gear itself. The thing to keep in mind though is you will do less damage with the Magic Find build than with this build. This build's pure damage with this gear set. But it's an important balance realistically to how fast you can actually kill something and how fast or how much Magic Find you have. I mean, if you have, let's say 1,000 Magic Find, but it's taking you, you know, 30 seconds per pack, right? Like, yeah, maybe that pack's gonna drop more stuff, but if I'm 500 Magic Find, but it's only taking me 10 seconds to clear a pack, you know, I'm probably gonna find more stuff than you are. So you need to find like an efficient breakpoint that you're comfortable with your clear speed, and on top of that, you need to find the breakpoint really for how much Magic Find you want. I like usually try to get builds. If I'm going Magic Find, I like to be above 300 personally. Getting the 150 on this build with pure damage is just icing on the cake. The build wasn't designed really for Magic Find, in my opinion at least. But it does work quite well. So if you look here, the reason I'm using the Taurasha amulet here is because I don't need castrate, and it was easy enough to get to sorcerer skill. You know, you get life man and lightning res, all good stats. You could use a rare amulet for the damage if you wanted. Technically, getting a rare amulet with the reduced poison length would be better, because poison is annoying when you're energy shield. But I'm lazy and haven't done that. But if you want Magic Find, what you would do is you would trade your armor in from the Oramus into the Taurasha's armor, and then you would equip the Taurasha belt. Even though you're losing your faster cast rate and stuff like this, you're going to get enough from the set bonus of Taurasha to still hit your 105 breakpoint. So it's just an easy swap there. On top of that, you'll switch out the Nightwing for a Shaco. And then the other option is you will switch out your Fathom for the Oculus. And technically, if you want to be, you know, straight MF with the higher MF, you would put an Ist in the Oculus, and that'd be, what, I think an Ist is 30 Magic Find in a weapon, or 35 or something like that. And you don't even have to do that all. The only thing that really has to happen together is if you're going to go Magic Find, your Taurasha's armor and belt both have to swap at the same time, I think. I might be wrong on that. Let me check, actually. I think you might still hit your breakpoint only if you do this. Nope. Yeah, so, well, if you had a perfect spirit, you could just swap the armor in. I don't have a perfect spirit. So if you don't have a perfect spirit, you'll need to swap in the Taurasha belt here. Or wait, why am I'm missing something here. What did I do wrong? Oh, you have to swap the Oculus too to hit your breakpoint. That's what it was. The Oculus is a 30% faster cast rate than the 20. So you just gotta be really careful with your breakpoints on the other gear set that you have there. But realistically, swapping between them will be pretty easy, as long as you set everything up right in the beginning there. I forgot that the Oculus had the higher cast rate than the Fathom there. I was really confused when that didn't line up. But yeah, that'll get you a lot more Magic Find if that's really what you're trying to do. The one thing you do want to be careful though of is you don't want to Magic Find with this build in a high player count. Technically, you don't want high player count if you're trying to like carry. So close. So close. The build isn't very good with like a player 8 if you're trying to carry 7 other people. This is definitely a smaller player count. Generally, if I'm playing with like my friends and stuff, we have about a party of 3, and we would do that at. I could carry a party of 3 pretty easily. Yeah, no problem, man. There is a guide on the YouTube if you want to see it more in depth. It does talk about the swap between Magic Find and the damage, plus some other options as well. So, hopefully check it out, learn something. It's a really fun build. I personally enjoy it, at least. It's definitely my favorite build lately. I'm more interested as time goes on to see more people that have been watching the videos or the stream trying out the build and seeing if they like it as well. A lot of the time, I haven't played public games in a long time, but when I was doing the public games this patch, I was seeing not very many, a couple of the Frost Nova sorceresses, and a lot of people asking if it was actually any good. So it seems like a lot of people haven't caught on that this is actually a build yet. I see a lot on Reddit people saying for Ormus robes, you know, listing the obvious ones like, oh, Blizzard's really good, Nova's really good, and then going on and saying the others are trash. The Frost Nova one actually holds decent value. Or at least it used to. I haven't traded in a couple of weeks, but a week or two ago it was holding decent value. Let's put it that way. I was seeing, you know, Frost Novas or misses with 15 to cold. I was seeing multiple burr offers for those. I ended up paying, I think, about a Sur rune at the time for mine, and mine was only a 12% plus 3 Frost Nova. And I think I probably could have technically gotten it cheaper if I would have tried to talk them down, but at that point I was just so tired of trading, I just wanted to be done and play the game, so I just paid it. I hate trading. That's why, this is going to be an unpopular opinion here as well. That's why I liked Diablo 3 in the beginning with the auction house. I would just list it and then go back to playing the game. And I know a lot of people hated that. I hated that people just sat there flipping it. That was the optimal way of getting everything in the game. But I liked being able just to throw stuff up for sale and then buying whatever I wanted. And not having to deal with people trying to find somebody that has the item that I want and has the stats I want. And then I also have whatever random item or rune that they're actually looking for. Because a lot of times I'll be trying to find, you know, this really weird stuff like the Frost Nova, which isn't super popular yet, that people are just throwing away. Or, you know, they're like, oh, this guy wants it. It's probably like a Paul word or something. It gets even worse once you start looking into other weirder things. Like, way back in the day, I know it's popular now with the self-wheeled Infinity. It's another build that I put up on the YouTube channel there. But back in the day, that was a PvP build. And I searched for days to find a 4-socketed Ethereal Scythe. And I think I ended up paying Vexes for it. A Vex or a Burr. Just because it took weeks. I couldn't find it. I even had friends looking. And I was paying finder fees. Just could not find one. Because, I mean, back in the day, who the heck would take a 4-socketed Ethereal Scythe and be like, yeah, this is good. This is what I want. Wasn't very popular. I didn't clear the chest at the end. Shoot. Now I have to teleport all the way back. Oh, it's a lot on this platform at least. Alright, new game. "16 minutes until the next zone." Oh, nothing important. Man, I keep hoping it's going back to Tower Rasha. You guys ever played a that's not unique. You guys ever play a solo game by yourself as a summon necro and try to come through here? It's the most aggravating thing you'll ever do in your life. Infuriating is probably how I would describe it. Valorant. Also probably the same for Maggot Layer. Absolutely awful. Never. I can't say I would recommend it, Gregory. Would not recommend it at all. But I made a Necromancer and I made an Act 2 game because I knew this was going to be happening. And I got nobody to join until after I completed all of Act 2 and Arcane Sanctuary and then the game filled up. I was so salty. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I did all of the most annoying part and now people join. Oh, that wasn't even the worst of it. So somebody actually did end up joining, and they joined right at the end. We just found the summoner. My internet disconnects me out after I went down the other 3 passages. Finally got to the summoner on the 4th. I disconnect out. My internet comes back up after like 2 minutes. I join back in the game. The guy's still there. And I notice he's still in the Arcane Sanctuary, so I run all the way back because he doesn't have a TP up. He's not putting up a TP for me asking. Luckily, this dude died to the summoner. So, and he had to run back because he didn't have a TP. So the summoner was still alive. So I finally got back there with my Necromancer. And finally got the completion done. It was awful. That is the worst Diablo experience, is summon Necro and the Arcane Sanctuary by yourself. Oh? Did the Burr Rune drop? I haven't seen a Burr Rune drop in public games. I've seen a lot of Vexes in public games drop. I'm too slow on the grab to get that stuff though, unfortunately, in public games. Half the time I don't even have the loot filter on. Or whatever you want to call it, to show all the items that are dropping. Oh no, this was in normal. Yeah, Burr can't drop there now. I'd have been salty. I mean, the dude has every right to pick it up. He joined the game and contributed. That's his loot too, but man, that would have stunk. No, I've been lucky. All my Burr Rune drops have been in solo games. I got one from Worldstone Keep. I think it was level 3. Maybe it was 2, I don't remember. One of the Worldstone Keeps was the first Burr Rune I got, this ladder. The second Burr Rune was the Claw Viper, Terrorized. But part of that's partially why I play by myself, was because I'm too slow on the drops and actually picking them up. So like when stuff drops in public games, I never get them. I'm too slow. So I usually just play these solo games here. I really wish you could turn on like higher player counts though on the ladder. It'd be really nice. Although I'd probably play a different build because I'd always want on a player 8. Or at least player 5. I believe player 5 is the maximum drops. And then after 5, I believe it just scales the experience you get. Which is another reason Project D2, the private server, is so nice. Because by default, it's always set to at least player 5. So even when you make games solo, it's set to player 5 and you're just seeing a lot more drops. The downside of Project D2 is you don't get these nice graphics. That's garbage. 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 Oops. Guess I could have just left. I didn't realize I was done with that already. It was always funny in public games, like when a really high value item, like a Shaco or like a Griffins or something drops, right? From like a wall or Diablo. And everybody somehow managed to misclick it and pick up every single item around it or flips it or something off the ground. And it's like the last item picked, and everybody picked up, you know, potions or like this ethereal cuirass, if that's even ethereal, or socketed cuirass, whatever, rather than the item of value. With like all 8 people standing around it trying to get it. Cracks me up every time that happens. Everybody just gets so excited trying to grab it and they all misclick. I wonder, did they announce for Diablo 4 yet what the loot style will be? Is it gonna be personal loot like Diablo 3, or is it gonna be loot like Diablo 2? Like the drop rules, like I can only see my items, you can only see your items. I haven't been following Diablo 4 enough. I know there's big community discussions about which one's better. I personally like just seeing my own loot. I like being able to get the loot to drop and then finish killing whatever I'm killing, then go get it. Rather than it dropping, me teleporting over and trying to grab it real quick. That, it's kind of neat too that you can't see the other people's. I always get excited, you know, you're playing with your friends or something on Discord, Ventrilo, whatever. And you hear, oh my god, I just found it, I got it. And you're like, what did you find? And you're like, you didn't see it because you can't. And they're just so excited, you don't even know what they found yet. I don't know. I like it. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people prefer, you know, the loot drops. Everybody can see it. First one to get it gets it. I don't personally care for that. Then you also have the games like Path of Exile, where you have the allocation settings. So everybody sees the same loot, but the loot gets divvied up depending on however the computer does it. So maybe a Burroon drops, but I'm the only one allowed to pick it up for the first 5 seconds, or you can set it to permanent where I'm the only one allowed to pick it up. I prefer to play on permanent, personally. I mean, I'll sit here all day and tell you I'm not going to play it. Blizzard's a bad company. They don't make good games anymore, blah, blah, blah. But I'll still pick it up and try it at least for my own opinion. Worst case scenario, I'm out $60 or $70, whatever it is. And I mean, even then, I mean, the story in Blizzard games is usually good enough. I didn't really like Diablo 3 storyline, though, personally. I'm still kind of salty that an iconic character like Deckard Cain can get hit from an angel falling from the literal heavens and survive, but then die to butterfly magic. Like, how does that make any sense? The story in Diablo Immortal also wasn't very bad either. It wasn't super good, but it wasn't terrible. That game just had other issues in general. Which also sucks, because like if that game wasn't straight up pay to win and broken like it is, that was a decent game. Like, I actually really enjoyed that, like winding down, you know, end of the night, sitting on the couch with a girlfriend, like watching TV or something, and being able to be on my phone and doing a couple runs or something. It was fun. And then, you know, you hit level cap, and then you start seeing how pay to win the game is. And then all the fun is gone. At least for me. But it's still around, so apparently somebody likes it. At least they got something they like. They're having fun. But I Unearthed Wand. If that was unique, that would have been nice. I remember watching a video, and I'm pretty sure it was an official Blizzard video. I could be wrong. Very well could be wrong, because I don't remember where I saw this anymore. This could have been a fan-made video. But anyways, the video I was watching was talking about how they were stepping back into stat points and skill points and stuff like that. And how the distribution of your stat points mattered for your skills. Like, you might not be able to pick up a talent point that changes like your fireball into cold damage or something like that because you don't have enough intelligence to do so or something like that. And that concept seemed interesting to me. I don't know how well I'd like it practiced, but at the bare minimum, it seemed interesting.
Not here.
So I'll definitely try it out. You know, Diablo is definitely one of my favorite series, so I'll try it. I don't know how long I'll stick around and play it. I'm hoping it's good. 2 reasons mainly. I'm hoping it's really good because that means I got another good Diablo game to play. Like, I feel like anybody that's ever come into my channel, like, that's what people want, right? They would love a new good Diablo game. So, number 1, that'd be great. 2, if Diablo is actually good this time, that means GGG, the creators of Path of Exile, now have to step up their game and make their game even better. Because if Diablo 4 is that much better than Path of Exile 2, well, everybody's going to play Diablo 4. They can't get away with, you know, being relaxed and stuff like that. You know, they're going to have to push the envelope and try really hard to get it up to that level. Whether they can or they can't, I don't know. I'm assuming they can, but it would be nice to have another action RPG that's new on the block that can actually go toe-to-toe with Path of Exile. Like, I love the guys behind it. I love the game. I don't necessarily agree with all the hate that they're getting. But I do feel like they have been slipping recently off of what makes Path of Exile so great. And, I don't know. If Diablo 4 being amazing is what gives them the push to make Path of Exile 2 amazing, I'm all for it. And that goes the other way around, too. I hope Path of Exile 2 is amazing. That way Blizzard has to step their game up with the Diablo series. I mean, you can't really go wrong with having 2 similar games in the genre both being fantastic. It just pushes the other one to be better. The problem with the gaming genre is if it's a one-sided dominance. And that's partly what I feel like happened with the MMORPG crowd. Is WoW was just such a behemoth for so long that I feel like they stopped trying to improve because they were like, oh, that's a Geeds. They were already on top. You know, nobody could touch them. They're pushing 10 million subs. That's unheard of. Nobody can do that. I have no place to put it. Come on. Put a hell rune into here. Put mine into here. And we'll go get that Geeds real quick. I didn't expect a Geeds to drop from that. Oops.
It is an honor to serve you.
Wait, it's over here. 32 and 12. So mine's better. Oh, wait. How do I do this? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait. Drop this. Drop this one. Take this one. Is that the good one? Yep. Put... Oh, no. Wait. Hold on. I'll get there. I'll figure out the Geeds juggling minigame. Then this one goes to here. This comes to me. That goes in there. This comes back. I feel like there was a lot easier way of doing that, and I'm just silly. Ugh, Bloodborne, Den of Evil. That's a terrible one. I guess we'll go back to Chaos Sanctuary for a little bit here. I don't think I'll be on long enough for the next swap. I think the food should be here shortly. Either way, we didn't do too bad. We got... How long have I been streaming for? 3.5 hours, I think. We got a bar and a half. It's not terrible. Could be better. But definitely not the worst. Ugh. This cold's killing me. Trying to mute before the sneezes. Hopefully I've been doing a good job of not sneezing and coughing into the mic for you guys. I feel like I have. So hopefully I have been. Oop, ring. We take those. Also for drops. Drops haven't been completely terrible either. Because we got a Gall Rune and a Shaco. And then another Geeds, which wasn't great. Super great Geeds, but it was another Geeds. For only having 150 magic bind, it's not completely terrible. Yeah, I'm not quite sure when the food's gonna get here. So I'm gonna keep streaming until the food gets here. And then I'll be done for the night, so. If you guys have any other questions about the build, now would be a really good time to ask. Before I hop off for the night. Or you can ask them on the guide channels that are on my YouTube. I'll still be answering those tonight on and off, but I feel like it's a lot easier personally if you ask the questions during stream and then I can show you how the build works or answer your questions about the build. So now is definitely a good time to ask if you do have those questions and you've been holding on to them. Because it is, at the end of the day, it is a really fun build. It is not the strongest build in the game, but it is really fun. And personally, I haven't really seen this build before this season. Very popular. I've seen it done, but I feel like this ladder definitely made it a lot stronger with the Sunders. And I think it got a buff last ladder. Yeah, no time, dude. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Definitely come back whenever. Once I'm not sick anymore, I'm going to try to stream every day. At least from like 5 to 7, I should be on PM East Coast time. I haven't been streaming because I've been sick. So definitely check back. Love to have you here. And then of course, you know, I'll keep getting videos out. I have more planned. It's just I've been sick, so I don't have them done. And then once I get my basement set up, I will be getting the camera also set up. I know a lot of people like being able to see people on the camera. I just don't want to do that since I do have my family up here as well. And actually, I hear my food now, so I'm going to go ahead and go. I'm going to let the stream roll a little bit because you guys are behind on the times. I just don't want to end it without saying goodbye. So thank you guys for coming. I really hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. And I will talk to you guys later. Check out the videos on YouTube, and if you have questions, go ahead and ask there. I'll try to get back to you. Thanks, guys.